All right, you caught me in my lair, in my mess. I'm building another broadcast computer. This would be for better audio, video, these type of things. I'm not finished with it yet, but I'm trying to do a fancy deal with the fanless CPU, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm working on that, so I can better do the video shows. Now, I'm coming in here right now. I'm reposting this video. It was posted back in, October 21st, 2012. It's about 4 hours. It was an interview with myself and Douglas Dietrich on the topic of Project Odysseus, the Covert American Space program. It was, of course, talking with Douglas, it goes into a lot of things that come around. Very rich, and watched many times. I'm looking at the stats. It was viewed at the time of it being pulled, I'll get to that in a second, at 10,780 views. You'll notice on the stats, 485,000 minutes. Note the revenue, 0, because it's not here to make revenue, it's here to put out information, and yet somehow the it gets mixed up in revenue stuff. Many people liked it. In fact, a lot of people subscribed to the YouTube channel based on it. I have included some of the comments that are now gone that accompanied it. Some liked it, some didn't. But the point is, it was there for one to listen to. Now, it was pulled from YouTube. Why is that? It is not pulled from content, though some may make a case that was the inspiration, and that it got to be 10,000 views on this topic, and they wanted it to go. I don't know. But the explanation I was given was that it contained copyrighted material. The bumper music that I use on the radio show, which is legal, as it transfers in the video, I guess it isn't. So there was 3 claims for 3 different bumper songs in there. So what they did is they muted the audio. Now, most of my stuff I put up there have a video to it, even if it's me sitting here talking. This one, in this case, was simply an audio show that I had put a couple of pictures up front. Douglas was getting great response from this. He kind of requested me to do it. I did it for him, and it did get a lot of views, 10,000 views plus. So it's kind of dumb to have it up there with the big naughty, tisk, tisk, naughty, you copyrighted brand on it, and have it be nothing but silence anyway. So I actually deleted it, and I'm reposting it now. And I just wanted to explain this in this little opening and put up the information that was there previously to explain why it was done. Some people say, again, it was because of content. I just simply think it's all automatic. They can sense the songs in there. So many views, they figure it turns into revenue, because as soon as you get tagged by this, all of a sudden you have commercials inserted in the show. And so I think they were looking to make some cash. I wasn't actually stricken or striked by the YouTube. You get 3 strikes, you're out on YouTube. That wasn't brought up. There was no kind of arbitration. It was just, we want to put these commercials in there, and here is our excuse. But because there were multiple people, I guess YouTube decided to mute it, which, there goes the commercial ad space. Anyway, here it is. October 21st is when I put it up. It was actually a September the 2nd interview with Douglas Dietrich, Project Odysseus, the Covert American Space program. Feet to the Fire, with the Black Knight of Talk Radio, James Arthur Jancik, is the technical production of IPS MediaWorks and aired on the Jancik Radio network of stations. The views expressed in the following show are of the host, the guest, and the callers, and not necessarily the views of Interstreams Radio, IPS MediaWorks, the Jancik Radio Network, nor its advertisers and affiliates. The content of the following show, its accuracy, authenticity, and the ramifications of the use or application of said content is the responsibility of those speaking and listening, not the broadcast medium.
One thing I've learned, if you don't hold their feet to the fire, everybody gets burned.
Hold on. Before you start waving around that freedom of speech thing, when you're in a crowded movie theater and you scream fire, you better be able to smell smoke. If you come on this radio show and you start saying incandescent things like that, you better have more behind you, pal, than just your thumb. I've been listening to talk radio for years, and one thing I just can't stand is when the host has to, push his way on the people, beat the callers into his way of thinking, extending his ego. Or when the callers call in and say something so outrageous, and the host lets it go unchallenged. The sign you're on the road to truth is the lack of contradiction. You want to find truth, you just don't simply believe somebody because of their authority or their degree, or you listen to what they say, you test it against reality, and you hold their feet to the fire. Alrighty, we are back, and, it's kind of live. It's live at the moment as I'm recording this, but when you hear this, for most part, it will be recorded due to the adjusting schedule as I go into my new day job endeavors, which doesn't are that pleasant. I'm going to be working my tail off, so I don't know exactly how we're going to start with the new shows. If I can work them out live, I'm already going to see that I'm going to have some Sunday night issues, being the low man on the totem pole. I mean, it's fun to be 29 years into a profession and start on the bottom again. It's a real fun thing. Of course, that is the American deal here, where you're going to now just start companies and then dump them so everybody lose their benefits, lose their seniority, start on zero, lower the wage. By golly, that's America. Anyway, so we're going to be recording this. I did put out a newsletter saying that people could listen live if they wish. It is early Sunday morning, so there might be like, oh, yeah, cool, but then, I'll download it. But anyway, I put that out for those who want to participate, and for those who want to listen later, there you go. And tonight we have Douglas Dietrich, who is, I'm used to saying tonight, and it's actually today, but you're probably going to listen to this at some point in your life, day or night. So let's say today. How's that? Today we have Douglas Dietrich. Now, he is unprecedented in many things, and not the least of which, this is, I think, our 6th or 7th interview, usually about 3 hours. I've never had anybody back nearly that many times, and no way that long. And why? Because he has a million things to say that are very important and very different to what a lot of people are used to hearing. Most notably, around the World War II aspects and the tangential issues of aliens and drug wars and so forth that come from his work as a DOD librarian. His job was to destroy top-secret documents, which he took notes from, good for us, bad for them, to expose what was really going on, while the Public Relations Department, better known as the mainstream media, has been putting out a whole different information, a whole different scenario. And so he took notes, even some pictures, drawings, etc., as you have heard on other shows that he has been on here, and has been presenting this information to make people aware of what really happened. During the time frame that he was there, he saw these various items, So his knowledge will be limited to what he saw and who he talked to during those times, but believe me, the limit seems endless. And tonight we'll be talking about the secret space program of the U.S. of A. Now you're listening, you might think you're going to start hearing about jump room to Mars and how they've gone through, perhaps even gone back in time and so forth. But what I can predict, I'm coming in this like you. I'm coming in with no real prior knowledge, a little bit. We talked a little bit on the phone. But I can tell from the other information Douglas has brought out that we're probably going to be in for yet another cold slap in the face of the ineptness, cold-heartedness, and the, I don't know how else to say it, just evilness of the people running this country. And, of course, it's really all countries have their own versions of it. But what makes this, I think, more important is that we've been given this America, the government, we're the good guys. We go in and do all this stuff. We won the war. We help people, etc. In reality, unfortunately, there's a lot of dark scum that have been calling the shots for quite a long time. Not only putting the wool over our eyes, but, putting death and destruction to both its citizens and the citizens of the world. So it is a dark show, but, we have to know what things are in order to change them and prevent them from continuing or being repeating. You will repeat history if you don't know what really happened. And when you have a media and an academia who is complicit, either in ignorance or in laziness or in outright coercion with the powers that be to present the reality that we think we know. And so I appreciate Doug taking the time to talk with us and doing this pre-record. It's rather early for him out in the West Coast. And DouglasDietrich.com is the webpage. You can also find him on Facebook. Douglas D. Dietrich, I believe, is the page. And there's a Douglas Dietrich. We'll get that information from him. And welcome back, Douglas.
Yes, thanks so much for having me here, and I hope everyone can find some grim amusement in blood and oxygen not normally reaching my brain until 6 p.m. at night. Some days it doesn't reach my brain at all, but we're going to work with it, and even though my brain is pickled at the moment, we'll see what that pickled brain can come up with.
Now, what is the official Facebook stuff? I know you do a lot of work on there with information. People, that's probably their best bet for update information. And then your website, of course, has your DVDs and other things. So what is your official Facebook page?
Yeah, thank you so much for asking that. The official Facebook page where people can reach my public timeline is facebook.com/Douglas Duane Dietrich. Douglas is spelled with one S. Duane is spelled D-U-A-N-E, and Dietrich is spelled just like the old actress Marlene Dietrich. As we move into a new century and a lot of people forget who Marlene Dietrich is, just take the words diet and rich and put them together. D-I-E-T for diet, R-I-C-H for rich. So Douglas Duane Diet Rich, all lowercase, all one word. Facebook.com/Douglas Duane Diet Rich. And you'll be able to keep up on plenty of new things, including UFOCon. I do need to emphasize that. Check out the banner either on my website, like Mr. Jancik was kind enough to mention, www.douglasdietrich.com, again, douglasdietrich.com, or you can go straight to www.ufocon2012.com. Once again, that's ufocon. ufocon2012.com. So ufocon2012.com, and you'll get all the information you need. And there will be speakers at that particular weekend, which is coming right upon us. It'll be this month, September 14th, a Friday night. Come on into the Santa Clara Marriott in the greater San Francisco Bay Area, and you'll be meeting all of the speakers, including myself. You can banquet with us. Check the details on the website for that. Saturday the 15th through Sunday the 16th. will all be speaking, and that will include people who speak about things like Jump Room to Mars, Mr. Andrew Basaggio. For people who find interest in that, there seems to be a general interest in such things. Laura Eisenhower will be there, the great-granddaughter of General Eisenhower, who, of course, became the 34th President of the United States. Now, General Eisenhower, like President Truman, was contending with the talk-down processes concerning the Japanese, who were all legally defined both by the United States military, and Japanese citizens in the United States were illegally redefined as enemy aliens. Okay, so this was a term that was utilized up until 1952 when the Treaty of San Francisco went into effect. Again, to reemphasize this, Treaty of San Francisco was signed at the United Nations building where the United Nations was established, on site the Presidio military base where I worked for almost a decade, responsible for documents destruction, including many internationally unsecreted documents because there was no top secret security clearance level system that had been established in place for international documentation. That meant that there was no real categorization at the time for things like the World Affairs Council, for institutions that were supranational, such as NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. When the United Nations was established, it was almost unprecedented. We had the League of Nations before it, but the League of Nations was not an organization of war. The United Nations was established as an organization of war per Title 42 of the United Nations Charter. In lieu of a constitution, they have a charter. It was meant particularly to orchestrate resistance armies behind Axis-occupied enemy lines the world over. Resistance armies in the Philippines, behind Japanese enemy lines. Resistance armies in Denmark, behind Nazi enemy lines. All of them were orchestrated from the Pentagon of the United Nations, established before the United Nations Peace Building in New York City on January 1st of 1942. Now, on September 8th of 1951, Treaty of San Francisco was signed, legally ending the Japanese-American War, and it did not go into effect until April 27th of 1952. So until that date and time, Japan and America were legally at war and under ceasefire. And but the war still continued very actively on the Chinese mainland. Now, to put this into perspective, before I give it back to Mr. Jancik for a second, because this is so important for Americans to understand, Americans can comprehend the fact that Americans were occupying Korea and exploiting Korean prostitutes while fighting Koreans in the field. They can understand that Americans were occupying Vietnam and exploiting Vietnamese prostitutes while fighting Vietnamese in the field. For some reason, due to intensive indoctrination and propaganda that has destroyed the culture of America, that's destroyed America's very matrix of reality, Americans can't seem to comprehend the fact that Americans were occupying Japan and exploiting American prostitutes, all the while they were fighting Japanese in the field. Okay, I don't see the disconnect. But then again, I was born in Asia. I was born in China. I was born in the Nationalist Republic of China as reestablished on the island of Taiwan, which until 1950, towards the cessation of the ceasefire and the beginning of the peace processes, when that peace treaty of San Francisco went into effect, till that point in time was a Japanese island that had never been invaded. It was a huge Japanese island, much larger than Okinawa. As a matter of fact, there was a choice of invasions of Iwo Jima, which is different from Okinawa, different island chain system, much smaller than Okinawa. Iwo Jima was a Marine Corps-styled invasion, and that even chewed up the vast majority of combat effective Marine Corps units at the time. Okinawa essentially decimated them. From that point forward after Okinawa, most Marine Corps units deployed would be totally green units, if they were to be deployed in the field at all. Okinawa essentially destroyed the United States Marine Corps as an effective, cohesive, larger task force. So the point that I'm making is, had they decided to invade Taiwan, that would have been a D-Day style invasion. It would have taken the army, would have taken much larger units. And that was one of the reasons why they didn't invade Taiwan. So Taiwan is large as one of the southern islands of Japan itself. And nobody in America remembers it. Everybody thinks, oh, somehow they suddenly comprehend that at some point it became Chinese without ever considering, how did this happen? That's part of the reality disconnect that I'm talking about. Well, what happened was the Chinese Civil War, with heavy Japanese, American, and Soviet involvement, was continuing from 1945 through 1950. That was continuity of the Second World War on the Asiatic mainland. So that has part to do with what we're talking about: covert wars, covert space programs, and so much of your hidden history that Americans are kept totally unaware of. So with your permission, Mr. Jancik, what I'd like to start on is a good example of that secret kind of technology program, space program, that essentially has to do with the Battle of Los Angeles, the aerodynamics of atmospheric craft that the Japanese were deploying, and how that, in a sense, translates into later on the spatial environment that we'll be getting into with the secret space programs that the Nazis originated and then ultimately translated into the American conflicts with the Soviets in space, what people don't know about the space around them.
All right, and actually, before we get, a couple of things popped up in your soliloquy. There was, I never thought about the Taiwan thing, and when you brought it up, it's like, well, how do we go from Japan owning or controlling or whatever, claiming Taiwan, and China and Japan being not friends, and Japan, United States, and so forth, siding with the government in China in rebellion. Right, how did it move from a Japanese island to a Chinese island in a peaceful manner, or was it peaceful?
It was peaceful, and the reason for that was because the Sino-Japanese situation was extremely complicated. One of the first things that Americans have to realize is that their history has been so warped by a black and white style of propaganda, the either-or propaganda. You're either with us or against us. The George Bush W. Jr. kind of speech where he gets in front of the world and says, I just want to kill everybody, with that post 9/11 speech where he was just declaring war on everybody who he could think of. North Korea, Iran, Iraq. There weren't enough enemies for that dude. I mean, it was the new axis of evil. Of course, once his Saudi masters got a hold of him, it all got switched back to the idea of we're going to limit our field of operations and who we're attacking, etc. No more infinite justice. He had to change the code name for all that. Okay, those are the shades of gray that come in after the original black and white propaganda pablum that gets spewed from the lips of politicians. So too with history. Taiwan was outright owned by the Japanese. In 1898, the Japanese fought the Chinese in the Sino-Japanese War. The Chinese put up as best a fight as they could with the Manchurian dynasty actually floating a semi-modern fleet of steam-driven ships that were ultimately wiped out by the Japanese. And basically, at that point in time, the Chinese surrendered the sovereignty of the island of Taiwan to the Japanese. At the same time, the island of Taiwan had never been really culturally part of China. It actually considered itself an independent nation. There were several levels of complexity. This is very similar to Napoleon being Bonaparte was actually raised Italian. And his mother was Corsican. She was a freedom fighter for Corsican independence. The Austro-Hungarian government sold the island of Corsica to France. And at that period of time, she was still fighting for Corsican independence. So you see the complexity here. It's very similar to that. There were people on Taiwan then and now who simply want an independent Taiwan. But the reality is that, like Corsica, it went between two great powers. And when it was ultimately incorporated into the Japanese Imperium, it had a very positive experience, very similar to Austria's experience with the Third Reich, where you find most unregenerate Nazis is not in Germany, it is in Austria. And the same with Taiwan. Taiwan's experience with Japanese imperialism was quite positive. So the Taiwanese have a very Japanized, Japanophiliac culture in which they are ethnically Chinese, very acculturated in Japanois, and that's the complexity of that situation. As for the politics, the Americans under the Roosevelt Socialist administration had betrayed the Nationalist Republic of China. And at that point in time, there were 4 major layers of Chinese society. There was the traditional Manchurian dynasty, which still was extant, only geographically had retreated to the north in what is known as Manchuria. And those are not ethnic Chinese. Manchurians are Manchurians, just like Okinawans are Okinawans. Okinawans speak Japanese, but they are ethnically and culturally not Japanese, just as Irish speak English, but are in no way, shape, or form British.
I mean, hearing this stuff, it makes total sense, but I don't know if this betrays an unintentional but latent bias or prejudices, is that you just kind of group them all together. I mean, there's Japanese and there's Chinese. I mean, I'm being honest, but I'm not being nasty. I mean, I just never thought about all the little nuances of it,
Well, I mean, who could afford the time to do so when the average American is basically trying to feed themselves, basically trying to feed their families, and the average American works harder than any other person on earth. They put in more time, they put in more hours. The average American works themselves to death. And the average American works more than the average Japanese or German, who are world renowned for the work that they put out. But the Japanese and the Germans and every other developed nation on earth has a social network that functions. America is a third world nation. It is like the former Soviet Union. And its totalitarian ideology, a 20th century aberration in human development, very similar to that of Soviet Union's, collectivized communism, which they enforced through force majeure, through force of arms, through invasions. Most communist regimes were set up through invasions as opposed to revolutions. The same with the Americans. Their totalitarian ideology is called democracy. It's an alien ideology to China, to Japan, to every other nation on earth. But the Americans have imposed it on other nations through force majeure, through force of arms, through invasion. Not through instigating revolutions in other nations, but actual invasions. They invaded Iraq to establish a democracy. And so the point is, in this democracy, which is a totalitarian state, you are given no information whatsoever except what they want you to find, except what they want you to have. And in terms of culture, because most Americans were European descent in the majority for such a long period of time, they knew about the nuances of European culture inescapably. Their totalitarian democracy couldn't hide that. But when it came to Asiatic culture, it's just like the TV series King of the Hill, where the main character is talking to a Laotian immigrant in Texas. And, of course, they're saying, "So you Chinese or you Japanese?" And he says, "Well, I'm Laotian. I'm from a landlocked nation in Southeast Asia." They say, "So that part of China or Japan?" I mean, that's just the brain lock. Just goes back to that. So we're speaking of something similar. Well, the Manchurian dynasty had existed for almost half a millennium, a good 200 to 300 years, longer than the American Republic has lasted. And the Manchu dynasty of the Qing was still extant, had retreated to the north, and there were three major, Chinese republics in the rest of core China. Those were the Nationalist Chinese Republic, as established by Sun Yat-sen. They were the Imperial Republic, established by Yuan Shikai. And they were the Communist Republic, established by the Mao Zedong and the Chinese revolutionary cadres. Now, the largest republic, which the Americans have never heard of, is that, and the oldest republic, again, which the Americans have never heard of, was that established by Yuan Shikai, which was, he declared himself a Han Chinese emperor. That's ethnic Chinese, by the way. So that was the majority. The majority of people in China are Han, ethnic Chinese. So he was the first Han emperor within half a thousand years, after the Mongols, after the Manchus. He sided with Japan. Now, when the Japanese declared war formally against the United States, December 7th, 1941, Yuan Shikai declared war on the United States. That means the largest and oldest republic in China, allied with Japan, declared war on the United States. Okay, no one in America knows about this. Emperor Bao Dai of Vietnam declared war on the United States. Emperor Puyi of Manchuria declared war on the United States. The Emperor of Thailand declared war on the United States. All of the emperors in Asia declared war on the United States. There is no one I have met in the United States, including the vast majority of history professors, who know this. Now, this is beyond me, but this is part of the ignorance that is enforced on the American public by their totalitarian democracy. So, now, with the complexities involving the nationalist Chinese, in the movie The Sand Pebbles, which was written by a veteran of the gunboat patrols in China, which my father was a part of. Now, the author of that book, his name was Krenna. I believe it was either Crenna or it began with a K, Krenna. Now, this individual, like my father, served unhappily in the gunboat patrols and fought against the Japanese from 1937 until formal declaration of war in 1941. Now, that whole complex story was portrayed as completely as he could, as a matter of fact, as fragmentedly as he could, because he was portraying it in a dramatic fashion, so he couldn't give you a history lesson. No one seems to notice that, or rather they do and then they forget, that in that film, American sailors are portrayed historically very accurately, because it's portrayed by a veteran of that theater of conflict, the China Command, fighting tooth and nail with nationalist Chinese. Not communist Chinese, nationalist Chinese. So the nationalist Chinese were at war with the Americans just as much as the Japanese. Now, why doesn't anyone remember this? Why doesn't anyone remember that the Americans sided not with the nationalist Chinese, but with the communist Chinese? Now, Roosevelt was an ardent communist. He supported Stalin, and his man in China initially was Evans Fortis Carlson, United States Marine Corps General. Evans Fortis Carlson was a card-carrying member, English is a second language for me, of the Communist Party. In any other administration, he would have been court-martialed for treason. In the Roosevelt administration, he was promoted to the level of general. He turned in papers advising that the United States do away with the ranking system in the military and adapt the communist Chinese style of military meritocracy, where instead of officers and soldiers, you had fighters and leaders, and people advanced on the basis of combat experience. Regardless of the merits of this suggestion, Evans Fortis Carlson was a communist, and he's a general. Now keep this in mind. It's not a Rambo movie. When you have a general in theater, it's not just a guy running around with a firearm. It is a man with an entire field headquarters. He's got accountants. He's got administrators. He's got quartermasters. He's got an entire logistics train behind him. We're talking about thousands and thousands of men to keep a general functioning in the field. That's why they call it a general headquarters, a general office. He's got a headquarters in the field. This Marine Corps general started the war under Roosevelt's orders. When the Japanese and the Chinese were holding peace talks in Nanjing, now the Nanking Massacre, the Americans pronounced Nanjing as Nanking, The Nanking Massacre is probably the most infamous Japanese atrocity of the Second World War, written about by Iris Chang, who died mysteriously, supposedly a suicide. She was Chinese. She died because she wrote a book called The Trail of the Silkworm, in which she described a Chinese-American scientist who was born in the United States, spoke perfect English, and he wound up defecting to China because throughout his life, they kept hounding him as a potential Chinese spy. He finally got so ticked off, he moved to China and developed the Silkworm missile system, one of the finest missiles in the world for the communist Chinese, because he couldn't stand the persecution he was receiving in America in the 1980s. Now, Iris Chang died very shortly after that. Now, all people remember is not The Trail of the Silkworm, but her book, The Rape of Nanking. Now, how did that start? That started because Evans Fortis Carlson and his Marine Corps raiders attacked the Japanese and Chinese while they were holding a peace summit under truce of peace in the capital, wartime capital of China, Nanjing. The Japanese took it as a betrayal by the Chinese and launched into the Nanjing Massacre until it was finally discovered that basically white men, Caucasians, were spotted in ink black and Chinese coolie uniforms, and that's when they bombed the HMS Ladybird, since they couldn't tell whites apart. All Caucasians look alike to Asians. They bombed both the British HMS Ladybird and the U.S. USS Panay.
I don't feel so bad now.
There you go. That's right. That's right.
Well, I mean, this is like it seems like when I ask a question, it's like there's so many components here. It's hard to consolidate it into an answer. I mean, it's like, oh, you want to know why they went there? Well, you're going to have a 4-hour history lesson on, but.
Yeah, that's inescapable. Yeah, it's inescapable because unfortunately that's reality as opposed to what Americans are given, which is patriotic, pablum, and just pure simplistic crap. I'm sorry. You know what I mean, though. Of all people, you understand the pain of this. This is why when I start talking about Roswell, for instance, not that we want to go into that right now, but, just a situation like that, and people tune out because, unfortunately, this is reality. I can't say, what is it that the government gives you that has lasted for so many years?
Yeah, it's important because, you see, once you walk down, I guess if people were looking like this, if you're walking on a map and you're hitting forks in the road and you keep on going, all right, and at one point you're going, look, I took the wrong turn. You have to back up to the next fork. Oh, that's the wrong turn. To the next fork, to back up. And next thing you know, you're almost at the beginning of the trail and you have to go the other way. Well, you won't know until you reinvestigate each fork in the road, and that's what you're doing here is you went back to the beginning and are taking us down each of the corrected forks, and it just takes time and words. So, there's really no other way you can do it other than come up with some kind of a new version of a pat answer, and we want to know the actual real deal here.
Well, this is the historical equivalent of your own spiritual journey, Mr. Jancik, because what happened with you was you grew up in an environment where you had a very simplistic theology, and you ultimately became a sovereign Christian. I think would be probably the best applicable term for it, because you investigated theology on your own. And I had to keep backing up,
and I had to keep backing up and backing up. Each time I got to a fork, I had to go back another one. So, I understand how this, we're going here. We're coming in on the, we'll call it the right paths, and it takes time to explain why each path is right rather than what we've been told.
Right, and we don't want to start a theological argument between Mr. Jancik and the listening audience, but a good example of this would be most mature and studied theologians take great umbrage and basically just get to the point where they're pulling their hair out with the level of frustration that they feel when they're confronted with simplistic theological doctrine. Excellent example, unfortunately, would be the rapture, and that provides everyone, in the most literal sense, an easy way out. And theologians are confronted with the scriptural non-existence for this stance, and they do their best to explain it. And ultimately, many people reject it simply because they don't want the complexity. They want the simplistic escape. And that, unfortunately, is the secret of escapist cultists. And it leads to mass suicides. It leads to aberrant behavior. It leads to unfortunate decisions like mistreating the environment around you, the people around you, not caring for them because you yourself have an escape route. It leads to your economy going down the tubes because no one is concentrating on tomorrow. Everybody's concentrating on the escape route. Well, that's what Americans have been presented historically, and that's why the society is in decline. Simplistic history led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. Simplistic history is leading to the collapse of the United States. So in terms of reality, to get back into the reality, the Second World War effectively started between the Japanese and Americans December 13th, 1937, when the HMS Lady Bird and the USS Panay were bombed. My father was in theater. He was fighting the Japanese for the next half decade. And that was essentially before Pearl Harbor. And what was going on during that time was the Japanese had established enormous technological research centers that ultimately would put them on top of the field in the war, on top of the game, and that brings us to the Battle of Los Angeles. I mean, people today, for instance, have this incredibly disjointed perspective on the Japanese technology of the time, and they think it was somehow, shall we say, backwards. They feel that somehow nothing was going on in terms of some kind of technological edge on the part of the Japanese until American occupation, and suddenly they were all taught how to make these fabulous machines, and now they're technologically somehow way ahead of the Americans. It's just madness. And the reality is the Japanese were far ahead of the Americans in the Second World War, and it led to victory. People talk about Area 51. People talk about the Germans, and we'll get to that, with Antarctica and their own version of Area 51. Nobody speaks of Japan's Area 51. Well, that was Minami Mori Torishima, Southern Bird Island, 1.2 kilometers in area and 989 miles from Tokyo. And it's the southernmost and easternmost island of Japan in the Japanese chain of archipelagos even today. Quite literally, the hottest place in Japan. And it's a coral reef that was fossilized into a landmass, and basically the Japanese channeled out a canal for submarines to enter that island so it could forever be resupplied without any ships on the surface being sighted or sunk. And it was the home of the Japanese 16th Tank Regiment, comprised during World War II of Type 95 Hygos. Now, this is extremely important because the Americans basically said, this is Monster Island. That is where the term Monster Island was first applied to a Japanese island that was later on popularized in Toho movies about kaiju, or giant monsters. The term was originally coined by the United States. Now, Minami Mori was attacked by U.S. aircraft as a primary Tokyo target since it was within 1,200 miles of Tokyo proper during the Doolittle raid of 1942. And on March 4th, Minami Mori was attacked by the USS Enterprise in the Marcus Island raid. Now, there were no less than 4 United States submarine-launched special reconnaissance missions conducted by UDT, Underwater Demolitions Team Frogmen. These were the predecessors to the U.S. Navy SEALs. And they confirmed advanced Japanese weapons programs. These were deemed war breakers in terms of expected impact on the United States war effort. And the first 2 such scuba recce raids exposing such were in June of 1943 and August of 1943. One was by the USS Sea Raven. The other was launched from the USS Sunfish. Now, on August 31st of 1943, Rear Admiral Charles Pownall aboard the Yorktown commanded Task Force 15. This was the largest aircraft carrier task force ever deployed on a single mission in the Pacific throughout the Second World War. It struck 900 miles deep into the Japanese Empire, past Japanese-held islands, such as Wake, into Tokyo's outermost jurisdiction. By the way, Monster Island, Minami Mori Torishima, is under Tokyo jurisdiction. So it's part of Tokyo. That means that Tokyo, in terms of its area and geography, is the largest city on Earth. It would be so even without Minami Mori Torishima. But Minami Torishima included into Tokyo makes Tokyo immense. So the point is, they're striking Tokyo itself, technically. And they were going to obliterate the Monster Island armored garrison so that they could invade and take out all of the laboratories developing weapons in Monster Island, all of its advanced technology weapons development capacities. This was a huge armada. It consisted of the USS Yorktown, the USS Enterprise, the USS Essex. These are carriers. The battleship USS Indiana, 2 cruisers, at least 4 flotillas of destroyers. Think about what I'm saying. And even fleet oilers to enable a maintenance of a siege. And they failed. Now, on March 23rd of 1944, another impressive U.S. Navy task force, aircraft carriers, was deployed in a follow-up operation. It conducted a 48-hour, round-the-clock, 2-day attack on Monster Island with literally hundreds of planes. Think about what I'm saying. And they failed. And on September 7th of 1944, the first time in the Greater Pacific War, U.S. land-based liberators hit Monster Island. After that, there were 2 further submarine-launched scuba insertions of American commando frogmen, and they revealed that weapons development continued apace with no impediments. Note it in operational capabilities of the Imperial Japanese 16 Armored Regiment's abilities to repel invasions. And this was in May 1945, the first mission of this sort from the USS Pito, and the USS Piranha launched another one in June of 1945. Think about what I'm saying, 1945. Now, Monster Island was never successfully garrison compromised enough to mount an American invasion throughout the Second World War, and it is still Japanese occupied as a district of the megalopolis of Greater Tokyo. Now, you know nothing about this. And the end result is that weapons were developed there that helped the Japanese win the war. Now, we've got other islands that are even stranger in terms of what goes on. One of them was Nakanori Torishima. Now, excuse me, that would be another island. Nakano Torishima. And Nakano Torishima is also known as Ganges Island. Ganges. You're going to find nothing about this of any consequence on the net. You're going to have to look high and low in antique shops, and you will find Ganges Island on the globe, Nakano Torishima. You will find it on maps that were printed throughout the Second World War. You'll find it on maps because it was discovered by the Germans. When the Germans discovered it, they used to have an enormous amount of the Pacific. The Germans had what was known as German Polynesia. And after World War I, the Japanese took over administration of what was much of former German Polynesia. So the Germans discovered Ganges Island. That's how it got its name. When the Japanese occupied it, it was known as Nakano Torishima. I guarantee you, you will never find it on any map, ever. It's not on any map that is satellite made, no GPS system. You won't find it on Google search, Google Maps. You won't find it anywhere. It's not going to be acknowledged as extant. It doesn't exist officially. So that is a story in and of to itself. So that is the kind of crap that we're dealing with. You live in a reality that is created for you. You live in a reality in the so-called democracy. Now, what's part of that reality? The Battle of Los Angeles. The Japanese raid.
I want to get to that in a second. So, I mean, see, this is what people who are listening and said, hey, I tuned in here. I want to hear about the cool space stuff. This is going to be the deal when you get into the questions. It is a very deep journey. This is why all the shows that Douglas does should be downloaded and listened to if you really want to know what it is. Now, a lot of people just want to hear some cool stuff, and I'm not opposed to that. I like to hear some stuff, and oh, wow. But if you really want to know the answers to reality, as you alluded to with your example of Christianity, if you really want to know truth, it's going to be some digging work. And what Douglas has put for us is a trail here that one could go down and find this information and look at it and research more on it. But you're not going to get it spoon-fed you in the propaganda-driven press. People made fun of Russia for Pravda, etc. Oh, that's all just propaganda. It's like, well, it's funny how Pravda today might even have more truth in it than our current media. So this is something you're going to have to, you, the listener, I, the listener, have to get over any type of arrogance. Oh, well, we're the good guys. We are not the United States of America. It is a group of people who are power hungry, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You have to detach as a human being from the government or nationality you're in, or even the ethnicity, because any coloring of it, well, my people wouldn't do this, or this group always does that. You have to get out of that. And when we get out of that and get clean from it and go in with a clean slate, you can see that the lesson here is that the people who are mining the store are controlling you, not unlike the movie Matrix puts out, not necessarily in that graphic, legitimate, action, but in a reality that is metaphorically the same thing.
Well, I mean, a good example would be a comparison again with the Soviet Union. That's an excellent analogy because there were Russians 1,000 years before there was a constitutional entity known as the Republic of the Soviet Union. And there are still Russians who have survived the collapse of that republic. There were Americans of the European genetic genotype. Obviously, there were indigenous Americans here for well over 1,000 years before they showed up. But for Americans who consider themselves European Americans or Americans of European heritage, they were here along with the Pilgrims who landed at Plymouth Rock, and they were here for hundreds of years. Before there was a constitutional entity known as the United States. And there were people who considered themselves royal Americans, subjects under the crown. There were people who considered themselves part of a theocracy. And all of these many Americans had lasted on this North American continent longer than the period of time that the constitutional republic later imposed on them, known as the United States, has been around. And when that republic collapses, there will still be such Americans. So, yes, it's not just remember that as an American, it's something that's far different and deeper than being a U.S. citizen. Your U.S. citizenship ceased to matter when Roosevelt took away all meaning when he interned 124,000 U.S. citizens of Japanese ethnicity and many U.S. citizens of Italian and German ethnicity who also suffered internment. There were many Germans and Italians in internment camps. Now, the Japanese, of course, were the most numerous and suffered the most. Unfortunately, martial law was never declared, so all of the civil statutes and civil rights were still in effect for all of these people, and the American public said, go for it. The end result was that when the Supreme Court, decades later, went back and said, oh, it's all cool, it's all legal, in one of the most disastrous decisions of that tribunal and one of the most illegal, then what they said at that point in time, just as they did when the internment first took place, was that your U.S. citizenship doesn't mean anything. Your U.S. citizenship is meaningless. All it means is they want your taxes. Because other than that, anytime they want, for whatever reason, they can take all of your financial property. They can take all of your real estate property. They can take you.
That is absolutely true.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the problem that we're going to run into. And I tell you, we'll probably take a break in a little bit, and we'll come back and get into the space stuff. But
yeah,
and I want to start with the Battle of Los Angeles as a segue into it, because we have some questions that came up from a previous interview on that. But, I mean, this is the deal. I mean, when we're listening to here what the work Douglas has done, this is a serious, like scholarly, it's a serious thing. It's not I'm going to kick back and relax and listen to some fiction that sounds cool. I mean, it takes work. It takes a very interesting, you got to be committed to truth. And this is why I think the people who want to find truth are going to be glued to you and want more. And other people who don't like the reality you're spinning are going to repel from you and come up with petty, basically name-calling, because they don't have evidence to refute it, which I'm sure you would agree. Those are pretty much the two camps that you found.
Yes, yeah, very much so. And it's similar to theological arguments because people are vested in this emotionally. That's why the theological comparison is so apt, and that's actually why Mr. Jancik and I have such a good chemistry. It's because Mr. Jancik's own spiritual journey has led him to similar reactions. basically, rather than people coming back with solid arguments, I feel you probably experienced what I have, a kind of, in the end, a verbal assault is basically what people are left with.
I mean, in essence, they're going to have a name. They're going to give you a name, whether that name is disinfo agent, whether that name is some Asian ethnicity slam, whether it is traitor to your country. It's all names. They're not, wait a minute, he's got an error here because look at this document on this point. You're not going to hear that because most people won't even put the effort in to even try to find something. But, that's the deal here.
Well, and before we go into break, something that I do need to get out of the way, when you do find explanations, if you're wiki trolling, and again, I cannot overemphasize this, the Wikipedia is organic, and it's fascinating in that sense because it organically develops, but it organically develops from a foundation of manure, which instead of producing plants, really produces weeds. Remember that originally, before there was an internet, there was DARPANet, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency Net, and that segued into military electronics information dissemination networks like DeltaNet, which primarily carried child pornography. And that was a U.S. Army infonet.
Actually, when I started out in the internet work at the 89 or whatever like that, when they did have the references, the number one use of the internet at that time was pornography. It was number one use.
Well, it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. But believe me, as far as I'm concerned, that's all it's good for. But in many respects, I mean, I hate to, I don't mean that literally, but I say that facetiously. But at the same time, when DARPANet released the internet on the American public, the weakest link in the chain is human data entry. They entered information into the internet that they wanted you to see. And the entire objective, as officially stated, was CRE, consensus reality enforcement. That was the term that was used, consensus reality enforcement. So their entire desire with the internet was to indoctrinate you, not to inform you. And it's been that way ever since. Now, there's plenty of documentation I destroyed and incinerated that never made it into DARPANet. This is why you have military men ultimately making decisions that are entirely at ends with reality. General Petraeus. Now, that man was a name that I heard back in the days of Colonel Aquino when I served with him. Now, this does not mean that the man is affiliated with the Temple of Set or the Satanic Church. Nevertheless, he apparently was groomed by many parties, including the officially recognized Satanic Chaplain of the U.S. Army, Colonel Michael Aquino, for his ultimate position, which was to take over the CIA. The Army and the CIA had an enormous interdepartmental infighting conflict, and ultimately the Army won, and General Petraeus took over the CIA. Now, this individual is infamous for basically stating that we won the Vietnam War. And whatever professional performance can be attributed to the United States Army, the fact remains that no less than 50 accountable battles can be counted as clear losses within the Vietnam War. So the entire claim that Petraeus made was that we didn't lose a single battle in the Vietnam War. Now, you've got a man who's saying something that's patently absurd. This is on the equivalent of Stephen Ambrose, who's the author of Citizen Soldiers, and he says America never lost a single battle in World War II after Pearl Harbor. Now, that is so insane a statement. That is so insane a statement. The attack by the German Luftwaffe on the Italian port city of Bari destroyed more ships without taking into account the chemical weapons that blew up, which is a totally different story we don't want to get into at the moment, destroyed more ships than were destroyed at Pearl Harbor for both the British and the Americans combined. So that, that's not taken into account. The Battle of the Sulu Straits, what's known as the Battle of the Java Sea, that was the largest naval defeat of the United States in history. And it never makes it into the history books. And
yeah, I know when I went up to Canada, a lady purposely took me. I forgot what city I was in. I think it was in London, Canada. Yeah. She took me to a statue, and she said, you're never going to either hear about this man or know this guy in your school, And of course, now the name, escapes me, but I'm bad with names, remembering names. He told me about a general. He goes, "You ever hear of this guy?" I'm, "No, I don't think so." And he's the one that burned down Washington, D.C.
Yes.
And they take down there. He's the only, foreign, whatever, to be able to hit the capital of the United States or whatever. It's like that. And this was back in the late 1990s. I was up there. Yeah. And I just said, I think my comment was well, I guess we won in the long term, didn't we? Or some kind of a thing. Because I was half offended. Like, why would she go out of her way to, jam me with this? And on the other hand, it's like Canada's always got this little brother to America jealousy, and I just, and at this point in time, that's pales compared to what you're bringing forward here.
Well, by the way, just to put what she did in perspective, that general was the War of 1812. The War of 1812 was the British invaded, and they burned down the White House, which, by the way, used to be pink. It used to be the Pink House. So, I mean, I'm not lying.
No, I know. Remember what his name is?
I have no idea. I don't.
Anyway,
I don't.
Yeah, that's their...
Yeah. By the way, the Canadians also militarily defeated the United States when the United States attempted to invade them during that period of time. So, that's something that Americans never read about in their history books either. But in terms of, by the way, that was Battle of the Savo Sea, Savo Sound. It was SAVO. So people just look up Savo, SAVO. The Americans will propagandize it, they'll twist it, they'll warp it, and they'll woof it. The end result is that was a major battle in the Pacific, which the Americans lost. And lost quite soundly. Never makes it into your all you hear about is Midway, and technically the Americans lost that as well. That's a whole nother thing to go into, and that goes into part of the whole Japanese humoring the Americans thing that we've gone into before. One of the things Mr. Jancik asked was, how is it that the Japanese, well, if they won the war, why don't they just rub it down Americans' throats? Why don't they have a cultural, complex about this? And the Asian attitude is very similar to like what I told Mr. Jancik about basically they tend to be extremely polite and act the way they think people want them to act. I mean, they did an experiment in psychology and sociology studies where they had an American just laughing at atrocities on a movie screen. And they brought in a Japanese man to sit down with him, and the Japanese man didn't know the American, and so the Japanese man just laughed along with him until the American left the room, at which point the Japanese person exhibited just obvious disgust. He was being recorded unbeknownst to him. He did not know he was being recorded.
I'm looking. I mean, introduced. Well, you want to finish that line, and we'll get.
And just want to say that very similar to that would be like the Battle of Midway and the invasion of Alaska. The Battle of Midway is presented to the Americans as an American Trafalgar because Japanese carriers, 4 of them were sunk. Well, a carrier is nothing without its pilots, who constitute its ability to project air power. Now, the Americans lost an equal number of pilots to the Japanese, pretty much, about 150 pilots, whereas the Japanese lost about 200. So the Americans lost just as many pilots, even though they lost only 1 carrier. Beyond that, the Battle of Midway was a tremendous success because the Japanese intent was the invasion and holding of Alaska, which the Americans were going to use as the closest islands to Japan to bomb Japan. Because the Japanese invaded Alaska and held the Aleutians Islands, the Americans couldn't bomb Japan until they developed super stratospheric bombers, the B-29s, to bomb Japan with. And even they were to run into their problems. But the point that I'm making is, because of Midway, the Japanese occupied Alaska, prevented the bombing of the home islands. Midway was a tremendous Japanese victory. And Americans don't understand this. Now, when a Japanese military professor was asked to write an article for the Americans, he wrote about, oh, God, this battle was a tremendous waste of time, this invasion of Alaska, what an incredible waste of manpower and resources. He just wrote what the Americans wanted to hear. And Japanese, for instance, the captain of the I-58, which sank the USS Indianapolis, which delivered the atomic bomb to Tinian Island, then was sunk by the Japanese submarine. And the Americans actually asked that Japanese submarine commander, can you come in to this trial so we can court-martial this American? He said, well, why? He said, I launched 3 suicide torpedoes. There's no way he could have avoided them. They were manned. They were intelligent torpedoes. They had men inside them who guided them to the ship. He couldn't have avoided them. And they said, well, we don't want you to say that. We want you to say they were regular torpedoes so that we can say he was incompetent and court-martial him. And because they were using him as a scapegoat because after it delivered the atomic bomb, it was sunk, and it suffered the worst, largest shark-feeding frenzy in recorded history. And so the Japanese submarine commander came to the United States, and in an unprecedented legal display, an enemy commander testified against an American commander because the Americans had asked him if he would do so. He actually didn't. He actually defended the American commander in court. He refused to do what the Americans asked, but they didn't care anyway. And by the way, and the manned torpedoes, he did acquiesce to that. He didn't mention the manned torpedoes, and because of that.
I want to mention, I looked up while you were talking about the Battle of Savo Island, and this is on Wikipedia, which we just talked about being dubious. But given all of that, it shows that the Allies, quote unquote, had 6 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 15 destroyers. The Japanese, the Empire of Japan had 5 heavy cruisers to the U.S.'s 6, 2 light cruisers to the U.S. light cruisers, 1 destroyer to the U.S. 15 destroyers. Now, the casualties and losses, the U.S. lost 3 heavy cruisers were sunk. The Japan, 3 cruisers moderately damaged. 1 heavy cruiser was damaged, later scuttled. So let's call that a loss too. So 4 heavy cruisers were lost. Japan, 3 cruisers moderately damaged. 2 destroyers were damaged on the U.S. side. No destroyers were damaged on the Japanese side. 1,077 were killed on the U.S. side. 58 were killed on the Japanese side.
Yeah, it was basically the worst defeat in U.S. history. By the way, one of the American captains involved with that action killed himself, and so that's how terrible a defeat.
You're talking about 23 ships versus 9.
Yeah,
and the 9 ships killed 1,000, and they lost 58, and they they destroyed twice. We'll say twice as many ships, while not actually losing any ships. They didn't lose any ships.
Yeah, no, that of course never makes it into the history books. Well, and just to finalize this thought about how bizarre things can be and what Americans are willing to accept simply because they have no time to investigate, and probably because also there's an emotional need to believe, they will accept the most ridiculous explanations. The Soviet invasion of Korea, for instance, when, as I've explained before, Korea and Japan are practically connected. They may as well be one landmass. You drink a can of beer on the Korean peninsula, you throw it in the water, it'll wash up on a Japanese beach. A healthy, trained athlete can swim the distance. And so when the Soviets came down the Korean peninsula, nothing was going to stop them other than what the Japanese deployed, which was atomic weapons, which created the Korean demilitarized zone, which is so wide that you can see it. What the Japanese essentially used were atomic landmines, and they had built these in northern Korea. The Chosen, the Yalu, the Fusang rivers were all dammed. They created the Konan Industrial Complex, the largest industrial complex in Asia, which was never bombed once by the Americans. The Americans were totally unable to reach it, and the Japanese were surrounded in that area by massive uranium ore deposits. So they built an enormous number of atomic bombs. They didn't need to fly them anywhere. They just used them as atomic landmines, and they stopped the Soviet advance cold. Now, all of the bombs built in northern Korea, what people always hear is the same old crap. Oh, those are small bombs. They're like they were like World War II era atomic bombs. Well, no kidding. They're built using World War II era Japanese atomic bomb plants and munitions ordnance facilities. So that's why the North Koreans are turning out World War II era Japanese atomic bombs to this day. And so when this is taken into account, everyone might say, well, the Korean demilitarized zone, not only is it so wide that it's the only man-made object that can be seen without telescopic aid from the moon, like the Great Wall of China. If you're an astronaut standing on the surface of the moon without telescopic aid through your faceplate, there's only 2 man-made objects on Earth you can see. One is the Great Wall of China, the other is the Korean demilitarized zone. And it's so wide that had it not been for that Korean demilitarized zone, where the radiation soon dissipated, you have it as a wildlife sanctuary. despite all the mines and the barbed wire, the tigers, which would be totally extinct on the Korean Peninsula, exist in the demilitarized zone. Korean tigers, as well as sacred cranes, live in the...
Now, are you saying on the actual moon, or are you saying in space around the Earth? Because I'm finding it hard to...
Oh, on the actual moon.
Okay.
The astronauts testified that there's only 2 man-made objects they could see from, and so in terms of the Korean demilitarized zone, if it weren't for that, there's several species of animals that would be extinct. I mean, this is the kind of crap I get when I'm talking to Americans about the Nazi deployment of the atomic bomb in Courland, Courland, which any American can check the maps of World War II and find out the Courland Peninsula was held after the fall of Berlin. The Germans were still in Courland because they stopped the Soviet advance cold using atomic weapons. And people will say incredible things like, oh, well, you should still be able to find trace radiation. And I'm like thinking, first, with all the radiation that exists all over the Soviet Union, not just from Chernobyl, but from all the nuclear leaky reactors, from all of the ports being polluted with radioactivity from their nuclear submarines, which are floating Chernobyls, etc., that's a ridiculous statement. You can tell the age of different sources, different levels of radiation, sources, etc. But even with that, take a Geiger counter, go to Hiroshima, go to Nagasaki. You're not going to get jack. You're not going to get any readings. World War II era atomic bombs were, comparatively speaking, clean weapons. Basically, just bigger bangs of dynamite from an exotic source of explosive. So that's why it's such a great environmental preserve for a species of animal today. Well, my point is, okay, you got this huge thing. Look in your history books. How did it come about? If you ever are able to find anything, the stupidest explanation, which I found through Wikipedia, was that there's 2 American officers that were there and they asked the Soviets to stop.
And they said, sure, no problem.
Yes, that was...
All right, well, let's stop. We've been on for about an hour here. I want to stop and I want to reset the file, and I also want to come out and do I don't know if it's even possible to use the word brief with you, but some brief stuff about the Battle of Los Angeles as we get into the meat, which is going to be about the American USA, I should say, secret space program and all of its stuff that we're not privy to, that you have found in your work, going through these top secret documents as you destroyed them. So,
yes.
Hold on, we'll be right back in a second. All right, we are back, continuing this pre-recorded, though live. People who are listening out there, you can call with questions or email. The chat room is open at this moment. We're taping it. However, when you of course, we can download it. Obviously, it won't be open at that point. We're talking with Douglas Dietrich, the actual topic of the show, which is the American secret space program. I have to actually keep reminding myself it's the United States of America, the corporation, let's call it, the secret space program, as opposed to the Americans, which takes actually 2 continents, if you think about it, south and north.
Yes.
So we're talking about that. We spent the first good hour uninterrupted talking about some questions that came up World War II. Now, we probably could do 50 shows, 10 hours each, and not hit everything, because the stuff that Douglas talks about is so intricate and detailed to reconstruct all the propaganda, lies, and omissions and ineptness in reporting and recording, whether it's intentionally lied and continues on from that point with the false patriotism. And so a lot of times it gets pretty long-winded. So when you tune into this show and you listen to Douglas Dietrich and myself, you better be prepared for a long one. And so that is that. And I want to bring back Douglas Dietrich, and you are back live recording.
Right.
And the reason why I bring up the Battle of Los Angeles is because we had a talk a while back about that, and you showed, and I put together actually the first YouTube video. And if people have not seen that, I recommend it. It's 2 parts, and it's 2 parts talking about the zombie stuff in that, and I singled out a segment dealing with some questions that was going on with things that were talked about in a thread with John Lear and others. And so that's by itself. And if you want to watch that alone to get the aspects about it, but I recommend watching the whole 3-hour item because there's more later on in the show that I couldn't put in that one segment touching on that. But in that Battle of Los Angeles, in the UFO community, it is believed it was UFOs that were flying around. And I actually got a hold of some original audio and video from the time that it came out, and the actual people on the ground covering it, as well as the people who witnessed it, reported seeing dirigibles floating along and so forth, very slowly. And the only argument that came back was that, well, if it was dirigibles, they would have blew up because the arms would have hit them and so forth. Also, there were planes fighting up there that you can't see, of course, in the dark video or dark film footage. But there were planes fighting and planes crashing from it, and a lot of debris and so forth that was cleaned up after it. So that at the time they were like, everybody was all amazed. What was it? It looks like a dirigible. What is that? The UFO community has now claimed that as a UFO event and used some, I guess I can use the word logic or logical arguments to prove that it was UFOs as opposed to a dirigible. And now Douglas has come out with the evidence for these dirigibles and their durable dirigibility, that they could have withstood pass-throughs by shots because they had actually components, little compartments of gas rather than one big balloon, which makes sense and is smart and so forth. And so if we can go touch on that area again, I mean, you did talk a little bit about the compartments and so forth and so on. But respond to some of the questions. We talked about this off the air, so respond to some of the rebuttals to your assertions of a dirigible, super dirigible, as opposed to a UFO craft.
Right. Well, the first thing that I have to emphasize is the fact that when people scroll down my Facebook page, facebook.com/Douglas Duane Dietrich, they'll find the photos of the actual quote-unquote UFO that was seen over England in the 1960s. And there's a set of UFOs seen over England in the 1960s. I believe it was Sheffield, England. I might be wrong on that, just speaking from memory. Well, I dealt with the documents where the orders were given to basically airbrush a cut and paste of those photos of those UFOs from Sheffield, England, and put them into the search beams, in the center of the search beams at the Battle of Los Angeles. So that photo that you see when you look up the 1960 UFO incident in England, you'll see those exact same disc shapes that have been literally, physically, back in those days, we didn't have Photoshop, which is a program. People would mechanically and physically have to cut and paste photographs, airbrush them, and then rephotograph them and create a composite. That was what was done with the search beams at the Battle of Los Angeles. If you take a look at the original photographs from newspapers of that day and age, you don't see that shape. That shape was later added. So that's important to emphasize in between all of those search beams. And you have to ask yourself as to what the search beams are focusing on. They're focusing on parasite planes that were released by the dirigibles, which is why you don't see the huge dirigibles themselves, which the people at the Battle of Los Angeles, if you look up the accurate, genuine eyewitness accounts from that time, from that place, not as they were later on colored and warped and woofed by the ufologists and the disinformation agents and the government propagandists who are interviewing them. These people would say, this one woman said, I saw it hovering over my home and it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And she describes it almost like a giant Chinese lantern. And that's exactly what these giant super dirigibles were. They were known as aero dreadnoughts. And in terms of the parasite planes that they dislodged, another comparison to the ufological arguments. What is the primary thing they keep telling you with the Roswell myth? They keep telling you, oh, remember, the first thing they said was it was a disc. First thing they said was it was a flying disc from what might have been another world. That's the first thing they said. Then after that, everything came down. Believe what they said first. Well, the first thing they said about the Battle of Los Angeles was the Japs attacked the United States. That's the first newspaper headlines that came out. And on those same headlines, that very next day, they gave the street addresses where Japanese planes were shot down, primarily at 185th Street, Vermont Avenue, a street corner where a Japanese plane was shot down. Hollywood, another Japanese plane was shot down. And, of course, you're talking about thousands of witnesses. And as a matter of fact, when KGO News Talk in San Francisco, which used to have, at the time that I remember that they were discussing this subject, they had 1 million listeners a night. And this was back in the days when everyone listened to live radio. There was no computers. Nobody downloaded it. We're talking about the 1980s, back when I was working with the Department of Defense. And they were asking about the Battle of Los Angeles and asking for listeners to call in and write in about it. And within 2 weeks, they got over 200 letters and dozens of telephone calls. And they brought in eyewitnesses such as air raid wardens, and particularly notable was Dan Tryon. D-A-N was his first name, and his last name Tryon. His family name was T-R-Y-O-N. And Dan Tryon at that time lived in Redding, California. But back in the day of the Battle of Los Angeles, he lived in L.A., and he actually saw a Japanese airplane taken to Mines Field, M-I-N-E-S Field, by Air Corps personnel. He brought home pieces of bloodied parachute harness, bits and pieces of the plane, and he went there the next day with all of his friends. He was a newspaper peddler, just a kid at the time, and they all bicycled there the next day, and everything was gone. Everything was gone. The Army had cleaned it totally up, and there was one Air Corps warden who was there, and they asked him, what happened to all the Japanese planes? And he said, those was aliens.
Right, so I mean, this, the UFO traditionally has the alien, the weather balloon cover-up of the alien craft. I mean, that sounds pretty clever. I mean, for the ineptness, unless the ineptness came later with the generation and inbreeding, so to speak, because that sounds pretty clever, to come up with, to be able to clean all that up, to get it all together, and then come out with a cover story of the cover story.
But the question is,
or is it accidental?
No, it's intentional, and but it was also organic because they were working with it as they went along, which is why you have the Air Force come up with no less than 4 different cover stories for Roswell. Keep in mind, they always say the U.S. government's come up with it. Okay, that's part of the lie. The U.S. government has never said anything about Roswell. The U.S. government doesn't speak to Roswell until finally the CIA was given some orders under General Panetta. Excuse me. God, what's his name? I'm sorry. Panetta's the DOD secretary. I'm forgetting his name now. Petraeus.
Petraeus, yeah.
Yeah, and under Petraeus, now the CIA came up with a CIA agent who said, well, I saw something, but yeah, he was alien. But yeah, and then after a while he disappeared because what he said was so ridiculous. But in those days what we had was the Office of War Information, OWI, which was commanded by the late Elmer H. Davis, who was a radio newscaster appointed to the position by President Roosevelt in 1942. He was the man who originally came up with the aliens theme because the propaganda from the Office of War Information, the intent was to make people believe that the United States was unassailable. We could attack them, but they couldn't attack us. That was his propaganda, and he's like propaganda minister Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels. Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, head of the Reichspropaganda Ministry, or the propaganda, or the Ministry of Propaganda Enlightenment was its correct name in German. He was the only general, it is noted, that never lost the war. Now, there are generals who never lost the front, such as Kesselring. Kesselring maintained the front in the Nordic, Alpine, Italian Alps, northern Italy, until the last. The Americans were never able to break that line. Goebbels maintained the entire war effort to the end by keeping the German people mobilized to the end. We're going to get into that with the secret space program. He essentially won the war for the Third Reich government in exile by making the Americans hold off, stand back, using propaganda techniques and tools. Elmer Davis was the same way with the Office of War Information. He had the American public believing to this day, long after he's dead and gone, that the Japanese never made it here. It was aliens. Absurd and ridiculous story. Yet he was so masterful in his propaganda that it worked. Now, keep in mind, like I said, the government never spoke to Roswell until this recent General Petraeus CIA exigency. And until that point in time, it was only the U.S. Air Force that spoke to it. Now, keep in mind, the United States Army, there was no Air Force throughout World War II. Air Force wasn't organized until after Roswell. And CIA didn't exist in World War II. CIA wasn't organized until after Roswell. Both things were a direct result of Roswell. The United States was bucking for an Air Force. The United States Army wanted an Air Force specifically so they could have a traveling golf club for all the spoiled louts who had commanded the United States Army Air Corps. Now, they had earned their stripes during World War II because they had the highest rate of deaths and fatalities. Far more dangerous to be an airman than it was to be a Marine in World War II. Now they said, well, we've earned it. We're going to create something that's just a golf and country club. We want an Air Force where we do nothing all day. Certainly not combat. So the end result was they had the Roswell incident to contend with. They had to cover it up because if the United States public found out we were still legally at war with Japan, that United States airspace had been violated, that the United States had lost the war, then no one was going to finance an Air Force. So the Air Force ultimately has been always the one to address the Roswell incident. But all of its top secret documents belong to the Army, not the Air Force. CIA was created to take over Tonopah Army Airfield, now part of what's known as CIA designate Area 51. They're all interconnected by underground tunnels. They're the same gray area on the map, and they co-dominium, they co-administer it with the Air Force. So this is the connection. Army, Air Force suddenly gives all the excuses for something that is classified by the Army, the parent organization. CIA now comes up with an agent who calls in and says, oh, I saw evidence that this was all alien and crap. Well, who's administering the CIA at this point when a CIA guy comes out to say this? An Army general. Okay, all of this is connected. And in terms of all of it, is part of the big lie. CIA co-administers the remnants of the Roswell debris, etc., concerning the Japanese prisoner of war interrogation and torture program, and all the rest of that. The Americans have a lot to hide. As for the Aero Dreadnoughts themselves, yes, they were compartmentalized. One giant 300-foot diameter balloon or so, surrounded by other balloons that were of a similar length and diameter, and they were all covered within a giant silk shell and gas, air is a gas, but within that air shell, to make them more dynamic, there was a series of 9 balloons, 8 surrounding a center balloon that were all contained the dangerous hydrogen peroxide created gases, the hydrogen gas, very flammable. But at the same time, in balloons that large, a bullet flies through, doesn't set it off, doesn't blow it up, and it can be easily patched. The Japanese were walking around inside of the super silk air shell to patch up the gas shells. When something couldn't be patched, they would jettison it. And they were able to make it to the United States and back to Japan. That was the primary so-called protest from so-called aviation experts. I'm not going to name names anymore, but, well, basically we may as well. It was John Lear at the time who said, oh, with the kind of engines they had at the time, with the kind of fuel it would take, they could only make it one way to the United States. Okay, he's thinking of this going on under power. Now, the Japanese were able to bomb the United States with thousands of balloon bombs because of what is known as the jet stream. Now, because Hirohito was a marine biologist, the Emperor of Japan, and he studied the Kuroshio, the Japan current, he knew about the Japanese maritime current and its atmospheric equivalent, the jet stream. This is a river of air, which the Japanese used to launch ICUBs, ICUBs, intercontinental unguided bombs. 120,000 of them made it to the United States. The United States was entirely unable to stop them. And the whole point about this is that this wind blows at 300 miles an hour. The Americans didn't know about it at all when they started trying to bomb Japan. Even with B-29s, they ran headfirst into the jet stream. They were forced to hit the floor, so to speak, bomb really low, which exposed them to Japanese anti-aircraft fire, and they lost over 5,000 pilots and bombardier crewmen over the islands of Japan, of which less than 80 survived, because any one of them parachuted. These are the ones who parachuted alive,
was over 5,000 of them onto the Japanese islands. They were all massacred by the Japanese on the ground for bombing their cities. The lucky ones were caught by the police or the military for interrogation. So less than 80 of those 5,000 survived. This is why it was so dangerous to be an airman. Well, this is all part of the jet stream. Well, that's what carried the dirigibles here, was the jet stream. They're not expending any great degree of fuel. They're riding the jet stream. Now, when they come over here, the jet stream only goes one way. It doesn't go back. So then the question was, well, how would they make it back? Well, there's this current known as the California current. That's why they were flying so slow. If you look at that footage that James Arthur Jancik was kind enough to provide in my answers to John Lear, where Douglas Dietrich responds to John Lear's accusations of him being a disinformation agent, they're saying they're going slowly south. They're going slowly south. The dirigibles are going slowly south. That's exactly what the wartime audio says. Well, they're riding the California current. Well, where does that carry them? Into Mexico? No. It carries them into the equinoctial current. This is the tropical current at the equator. And they ride that back to Japan. Now, Japan today is enormous. It has more land area than the United Kingdom, more land area than France, more than United Germany. At that time, Japan wasn't just enormous, it took up half the globe. Japan stretched down to the equator. Japan's islands covered New Guinea. So we're talking about all they had to do was ride one current to another, and they're back into Japanese airspace. That is what they did. They dump load all of their aircraft, the parasite craft along the way, which are essentially suicide pilots who are running interference for the gunfire. That's what's drawing all the searchlights. That's what's drawing all the gunfire, because the guns have to fire on the parasite aircraft or the gun crew members are going to be killed. So they have to concentrate on the aircraft. They can't reach the dirigibles because the dirigibles are too high. This is what leads us to the space program. Basically, what happened was the Germans started bombing with high-altitude airships during World War I. And they found that cruising at high altitudes over 10,000 feet made navigation more complicated and difficult because there were many moving cloud formations below. So navigators became more and more dependent on radio signals to stay on course. But the bearings were usually unreliable at best. And any use of wireless involved signals that immediately alerted British defenders and helped them to zero in on approaching raiders. So when airships reached altitudes of 13,000 feet and more, they also experienced engine trouble because the lack of oxygen necessary to make the fuel burn efficiently shut engines down. And in many cases, extreme cold and icing also became a problem that plagued the mechanics. And so they had to keep their engines from freezing up. There was no way the power engineers could design engines that would function properly near ground level, where summer afternoon temperatures might be in the 80s at the start of flights, and then drop during the night at very high altitudes to as low as 10 or 20 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. Well, the Japanese didn't deal with any of that because they're riding the currents. They're taking advantage of nature because their emperor was a trained scientist who studied the environment of the globe across which a battlefield was made when the Americans forced Japan into war.
It would be like floating down the Mississippi as opposed to paddling up it.
Yes, and mechanical breakdowns would affect every part of the ship. The fabric would become so brittle it would break. Celluloid windows would shatter. Control cables would refuse to budge. Instruments containing fluids or lubricants would freeze and render the components useless. Well, the Germans conquered all of these technical difficulties in World War I. So the idea that the Japanese couldn't work with this in World War II is beyond insane. And when John Lear said, well, they stopped all lighter-than-air research in the 1930s, well, that's crazy because of the 120,000 balloon bombs that made it to the United States. Are they heavier than air? Lead balloons? I think not. So that's the kind of nonsense that we're dealing with now. As a trained pilot, we see who the disinformation agent truly is. There is no way he could have flown as many missions as he claims and not know about what I speak of. So, I mean, we can dismiss everything he says. Now let's concentrate on the physiological effect on officers and men, because that brings us into aerospace. It's devastating. You know, during the German bombings of London with high-altitude Zeppelins, or the lighter-than-air craft that they were deploying in World War I, they had as many as 24 mysterious deaths, later attributed to a form of heart failure caused by a combination of cold and lack of oxygen. Several men died when their primitive oxygen mask failed. World War I era oxygen masks, they were in isolated positions such as machine gun posts atop the airship. Now think about what I'm saying. See, just like the World War I Zeppelins, where the Germans carried machine guns on top of the airship so that they could fire at incoming aircraft attacking the airship, the Japanese also had this. This is a form of, you're higher than Mount Everest, and you're sitting in a machine gun atop a giant aircraft wearing an oxygen tank. This is an early form of space travel. Japan's aeronauts were early astronauts, and the Japanese chose the lightest, shortest men. Japan was a vegetarian nation. Japan ate no meat before the 1945 era, when the Americans introduced them to beef. So the average Japanese soldier was 5 feet tall. This is why Americans died at 7 times the rate in Japanese prisoner of war camps as they died in Nazi prisoner of war camps, because the Japanese would give them Japanese food that to Americans raised on beef. Americans, by the way, were the largest people on earth in World War II. They were the only nation that had ranges all across their continent where they could feed large herds of cattle. They grew up eating beef, huge amounts of protein. They got big and husky and strong, and they died of heat stroke in Asia, where they would be sweating out enough water weight to dehydrate them within minutes. And when they're fed on a Japanese diet, which to them was leavings, bait, and mulch, they starved to death. So in terms of the difference, when the Japanese deployed these aeronauts, they chose men who were 4 feet tall, the shortest men in Japan, the most underfed and impoverished class that was still able to commit to violence. The Yakuza, the Japanese mafia. Now, the Americans mobilized their mafia. Lucky Luciano supplied the Americans with information for the invasion of Sicily and beyond. The Americans mobilized the mob to beat up unionists and seek out saboteurs in American ports throughout World War II. The Japanese mobilized their mafia, the Yakuza. These were men who were underfed, 4 feet tall, and most of them, through their cultic initiation rites as they graduated at different levels, cut off their pinky fingers as part of that ritual symbolism. So all the controls were made for men who were 4 feet tall and had 4 fingers on their hands. The Americans couldn't fly these ships. That's why they tortured Japanese prisoners of war into flying them whenever one of these craft was captured. This was the whole point behind the Roswell incident. Now, these Japanese, because they're at such high altitudes, static electricity can destroy you. It was static electricity which set the Hindenburg on fire. They set down a mooring line, the static charge went up, set the incredibly flammable paint on fire, silver nylon paint. And the silver nylon paint was extremely flammable. It's what made the Hindenburg all bright and shiny. That's what they repainted the Japanese dreadnoughts with that were surrendered unto the United States in 1945. The Americans repainted them in those colors so they could identify them in the moonlight, and they couldn't escape. That was what set the entire Aero dreadnought on fire when the Japanese basically vented all the hydrogen gas and set a flare on to blow up the airship over Roswell. And all the prisoners came flying out of the sky in flames, etc. That is all part of that whole Roswell mystique. Now, the whole point that I'm making with that static electricity is that you, like, rub your feet on a mat and you touch a doorknob, you get 30,000 volts going through you. It doesn't kill you because it goes through it so fast. On an airship, it can be deadly. So all these Japanese shaved their eyebrows, shaved their pubic hair, shaved everything on their body except for their eyelashes. Combined with the burns, they looked truly alien to American people. But they were contending as aeronauts with the kind of medical issues that had to do with altitude sickness.
I would imagine that a spark with hydrogen around you wouldn't be a wise thing either.
Well, yeah, it's not keep in mind that the people who were on the Hindenburg, which was the largest civilian airline ever created, Skyliner, all of them who listened to the Capitan survived. The Capitan said, "Don't jump, stay with me. Despite this being an inferno, it's going to float safely to the ground." And everyone who listened to him, there were more people who survived the Hindenburg than died. More people listened to him, and they all survived. Everyone who listened to him lived. All the jumpers died. Everyone who died on the Hindenburg was a jumper. And whoever listened to him didn't burn because they stayed with him. And so that is the reality behind the Hindenburg. In the Japanese case, they were looking to kill themselves. They hid a flare because the Americans couldn't physically enter the ships. Even in World War I, the German aero dreadnoughts would carry vials of poison for a quick death, so when their ships were shot down, they wouldn't burn up with the hydrogen. Because they were at such high altitudes, unlike the Hindenburg, which was basically hitting the floor at ground level, so to speak. It was mooring. They were at high altitudes, they would burn to death. So rather than do that, they carried vials of poison. So the Japanese were able to secrete many ways to basically escape their captivity that the Americans couldn't discover even after strip searching them, because they couldn't enter their craft to dismantle where they hid flares or other secrets. I mean, one of the worst aspects of this is when I think of Paula Harris, and she talks about the Japanese aircraft, that dirigible that crashed over in the Texas region near the Alamogordo atomic bomb range on 1945. And when she brings that up, they say, we found this alien metal. And look, it's got this fossilized fish bones, tiny little fish bones inside of this piece of metal. And I'm like, looking at that, I said, yeah, the Japanese ate anchovies. I mean, you're looking at the remains of Japanese food. And it's just crazy. It's crazy. You know, these people see something from, you know, with stencilized Japanese writing and calligraphy, and it's alien hieroglyphics. It's military stenciling. And most modern young people don't even know what stenciling is. Back in the old days, we'd take something that's shaped like a letter, spray paint it, and through that plastic shape, the letter would be formed in precision, uniform shape, and onto the surface on which you spray paint it, in which that plastic sheet cover with that hollowed out shape was providing the shape for the paint. That was Japanese military stenciling of Japanese calligraphy, which suddenly looks very alien. They used someone was kind enough to send me this on Facebook. They used that same lettering for the series V. Which really ought to tell you something, since that was the most expensive science fiction series that was ever produced in the 1980s. It was the most expensive television series that had ever been produced, period, when it was produced in the 1980s. So, okay, so that's enough, I think, of the Japanese aerospatial war. We can go now into the secret space war as conducted by the Germans and the Americans and the Soviets at this point. But I hope that gives us a good introduction. You get an idea of what I'm saying about the kind of realities that we're dealing with and the kind of denials that we're dealing with.
All right. Well, tell you what. Let's just, at this point, we got that cleared off. Let's take a little break here, and then we'll come back and go right into the secret space program and all the items that you found. Okay, so let's hold on for a second, and we'll be right back. All right, we are back, and it's going to be a marathon session with Douglas Dietrich. You know, we're not constrained by the live airtime, so this could be a while. We're planning on going for a couple more hours, and so we'll see how it goes. And really, there's no limit if Douglas doesn't become parched about his oration, and I'm okay here, and you're okay there. We do have some people listening on the I guess you want to call it closed circuit. I don't know how you say it. The little thing I have from the webpage where people can listen to this live. Some people do like the live show. It is not the live time, so a lot of people aren't here who would be if it was at night, but unfortunately I just can't work it out that way. I did get a email. Let's see, where do I have it here? A comment from Jeffrey, who said, you gentlemen have done multiple shows, all of which were quite riveting. Thank you, sir. So that's Jeffrey's comment. And welcome back, Douglas.
Yes, thanks so much. I'm glad to be here. And we're getting now into essentially the Covert Space Program and what its impact is on human history. So do you have anything you want to say before I launch into the tirade on that? I was essentially going to, start off with...
No, just go ahead, because I like going for the ride, because it's not like you're... I mean, you have kind of a way of taking us on a journey, and I don't like to disrupt that a lot of times. But if I got something, I'll pop in.
No, great. Well, the dawn of the modern space-age race started in March of 1926 with Dr. Robert Goddard, an American. He launched the first liquid-fueled rocket. And in June of 1929, Friedrich Stammer in Germany made the first manned rocket flight. It was a rocket-powered flight in what was known as a Raketenfahrtgleiter, designed by Dr. Alexander Lippisch. And Fahrt means travel in most European languages, including German. And in America and England, it means something else entirely. But in any rate, July of 1929, there was a launch failure of Dr. Goddard's first instrumental rocket, and it caused neighbors to obtain an injunction preventing further launches in Massachusetts. He lived in Boston. And as a result, his development was ridiculed in the press. He became increasingly reclusive. So what he did was, in November of 1929, he was able to gain a Guggenheim grant with help from Charles Lindbergh. And Charles Augustus Lindbergh was, of course, a famous Nazi sympathizer and a person who ultimately was decisive in getting the uranium little boy bomb and examples of such standardized Axis atomic ordnance at the time of Roosevelt's death in the Truman administration, and it was Lindbergh's attainment of this little boy bomb that allowed the Americans a bomb to drop on Hiroshima at all. So Charles Lindbergh was to play a decisive goodwill ambassador role between the Third Reich and the United States. He ultimately left the United States for the Third Reich in exile, moving himself and his family to Argentina. And how anyone doesn't know about this in the United States is beyond me. But then again, this is all part of that democratic propaganda system where you are given no information whatsoever. What it provides is a democracy of ignorance.
Well, now, we can talk about like Batman and Robin and stuff like that. I'd probably now, where did Goddard go to with this Guggenheim grant? He went to the most isolated area in the United States where no one would bother him or make fun of him anymore. He went to Roswell, New Mexico. And that's where he proceeded to test his rockets and where people were to find alien debris for the next 50 years as the basis of his penetration of the atmosphere with American rockets that he had developed. So this is, again, part of the crap that we're dealing with in terms of America and its educational system, its fractured, warped, fantastic reality, literally fantastic reality, that it's stitched together like a Frankensteinian monstrosity out of anything that really happened. Now, this is just beginning aspects of the space program. There are other things that were going on that impacted America in terms of its compartmentalization. One of them was the establishment of DARPA, which existed in World War II. Not in the 1950s or 60s or 70s. All they did was take the World War II organization, which went black, meaning it went off the books. And it became public again. In other words, a secret organization was outed because it had been so secret that it doesn't make it into World War II history textbooks. Well, what are DARPA's origins? Basically, they originated on June 20th of 1937 when a Soviet Ant-25, ANT-25, successfully made a transpolar flight from Moscow to Vancouver. And this was done by the hero of the Soviet Union, Valery Chkalov. And his last name is spelled Chkalov. Valery Chkalov basically conducted the Sputnik flight of his day. By doing so, unannounced and without warning, a Soviet aircraft piloted by him flew into United States territory. Now, over Alaskan airspace, which was
not a state of the United States, but a territory. So when he violated American territorial sovereignty, then the Americans responded with the creation of the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics, NACA, N-A-C-A, obviously the precursor to NASA, another paramilitary agency. Well, Dr. Vannevar Bush, the Dean of Engineering at MIT, began to coordinate all of this and Goddard's work through DARPA. Now, he was later to totally alienate Dr. Robert Goddard because he took a young man by the name of Jack Whiteside Parsons, who was an avowed and practicing Satanist. And this chemist at Caltech, along with Theodore von Karman, had developed solid fuel rocket boosters. So they kicked Goddard out and they put Parsons in. Later on, when the Japanese balloon bombs were setting fires all over the United States, and this was so well hidden from the U.S. by the OWI, the Office of War Information, which we had earlier referenced, they approached Dr. Goddard and said, "What do we do about the Japanese bombing? We can't stop it." He said, "Are you insane? My rockets cost hundreds of dollars, the equivalent of thousands of today's dollars, to build out of metal, components, fuel. And you're asking me to take down Japanese balloon bombs that they're putting together with silk and rice paper and literally using candy as glue. It's pennies on the dollar. We can't win this." And they said, "What can we do?" And he said, "Build an American kamikaze." And one was ultimately designed, which most Americans have never heard of. So this is the kind of hidden history that we're talking about. As a matter of fact, to my eternal shame and disgrace, I don't remember the name of the test pilot offhand. I'll have to go through my notes. So we'll do that during the next break if people are interested, if we get any requests for that. Other than that, accept my word for it. There were American kamikazes that were made. American test pilots died testing out their function because they knew this would ultimately be needed to attack the Japanese aero dreadnoughts, which ultimately helped to win the war for Japan, not the United States. So this is the kind of front that we're dealing with. We're still dealing with a Pacific-oriented front. Now, in terms of the Reich and what they were dealing with, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels helped to win the war with a fake UFO wave. Basically, people don't understand how different the Reich was. It was polyocracy. We had Reichsmarshal Hermann Goering in control of the Luftwaffe, and because he didn't want dependence on other armed services such as the Army or the SS, he basically made sure that the Luftwaffe not only controlled all anti-aircraft gunnery, but it also controlled its own branch of paratroopers. It also controlled its own armored division, the Hermann Goering Division. It also controlled 27 infantry divisions. These were all Luftwaffe, Air Force, not Army. So he was able to call on whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. Now, the SS had its own Air Force, had its own paratroopers. Their Air Force was known as the Luftstar. These were Hitler Youth that were recruited into the SS to attack American bombers in rocket planes, vertical takeoff and landing. The Americans know nothing about this. They could take off, they couldn't land, so the Hitler Youth used to direct the rockets up towards the bombers and then parachute out and allow the rocket to continue on towards the bomber. Americans know nothing of the Luftstar, but the SS had its own Air Force. So this is the kind of different interdepartmental empires that we're speaking of. Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels controlled what the Americans called the Kraut balls. In the Pacific, they were called Foo Fighters. The Germans called them Theater balls, F-E-U-R balls, fireballs. These were radio remote controlled, multiple-headed magnesium flares. Imagine a nautical mine flying through the sky. And they had super elongated coils to provide extended duration. And now, because the Third Reich was the first state to exploit television as a state medium, Joseph Goebbels was able to convince the Allied governors or high command that their signals were the first to be intercepted by alien intelligence. We have to remember that in the sphere of radio waves, which started exploding from the planet Earth, when Marconi first sent that little letter S out into the radio aether, since that period of time, that little S has been at the forefront of an ever-expanding spear of radio waves radiating from the Earth that by 1945 covered hundreds of stars, because radio waves travel at the speed of light. So even with the amount of radio dispersion out there and the Third Reich's dispersion of television waves, we have to remember that when the Americans were confronted with propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels' statement, they actually also had, working against them, people who already believed in aliens. One of the best examples of this was a man, if I remember correctly, his name was Air Chief Marshal Sir Victor Goddard, very coincidentally. And he was a British member of the High Command, and he was the man who organized the Massey Project, which was Britain's version of Project Blue Book. And he was an outspoken believer in alien craft. He ultimately came out of the closet with this in the 1950s and admitted to that, but didn't admit to...
Oh, we lost the signal. May have to call Douglas back. All right, we're back in recording.
Yeah, I was talking about Reich's propaganda minister, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, had convinced the Allied High Command that since extraterrestrials in near space to terrestrial orbit had intercepted television signals from the Third Reich, they knew there was human life on planet Earth, and what they had concluded, as extraterrestrials are wont to do per the Goebbels paradigm, that there could only be one recognized government over the planet Earth. And since they first got signals from the Third Reich was that government. So the extraterrestrials would only deal with the Third Reich government as the legitimate government for all of planet Earth.
Now, what put it in their head that there was extraterrestrials? I mean, without going into another giant rabbit hole, and where did that idea even come from?
Well, obviously, science fiction books had been written for quite some time, novels, pulp magazines, and the reality was that, for instance, atomic bombs were tossed about, destroying entire cities, making them glow in the dark. This is literally how it was described in science fiction novels ever since Einstein came up with the theory of E equals mc squared. Because once Einstein came up with that theory, any trained physicist the world over, Japanese, American, British, they all knew that would lead to a tremendous release in energy. So science fiction novelists took that and they used literary conceit and created the atomic bomb and deployed it on a massive level 20 years before the atomic age was recognized by the rest of the world as a literal reality. So the same with aliens. So the idea was really in American and British heads from Pulp Fiction. Now, the Soviets had their equivalent later, but they were too busy struggling for survival at the beginning stages of the Soviet Empire to really participate much in this kind of indulgence. So Reich's propaganda minister targeted, Joseph Goebbels targeted his audience. He targeted the West. And because he convinced the West of this, it was the West that stood back while the Nazi high command pretty much exfiltrated out of Germany to create a government in exile. This is how you had people like 3 German scientists working for Generalissimo Francisco Franco in secret laboratories near Marbella in the south coast of Spain, basically east of Gibraltar. During that period of time, in the summer of 1946, when the Americans said, hey, Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini set up Francisco Franco. He's a fascist dictatorship. We got to take him out. We've got to invade Spain. So he was sitting on basically his yacht east of Gibraltar, and he had Koch and Mueller, I'm thinking of the machine gun, Heckler and Koch. I mean Knoll and Mueller, K-N-O-H and Mueller. Both of these were known as the H and K of the skies, or the Heckler and Koch of the skies. They were responsible for designing the KM-2. This was an electromagnetic rocket, and basically it was designated after its inventors, Professors Knoll and Mueller. That's hence the KM-2. And it had a range of 16,000 kilometers. And once its control is disengaged, it's attracted to the electric vibrations of passing aircraft.
or the magnetism of the nearest metal mass. It explodes on impact with an attracting source. And because of that, when the Americans threatened to invade Spain and take out Franco, he had these scientists launch these rockets, and basically they were aimed at North America, launched at the heights of Malaga while General Franco was watching from the deck of his yacht. And they took down 2 commercial airliners over the American continent in the summer of 1946. And so he basically took down 2 planes full of American passengers. And he said, you take me out, and I'll wipe your air fleet out of the skies. And that's how Francisco Franco stayed in power after the fall of the Third Reich and Italy, without any interference for the rest of his life. And if you think that's wild, then think about Factory 333, half of 666. So Factory 333 was at Heliopolis, outside Cairo. It was directed by Eugen Sanger, S-A-N-G-R, himself the godfather of the boost glide rocket technology that founded the Dyna-Soar. Dyna is D-Y-N-A, like dynamic, dash soar, S-O-A-R, like soaring above the clouds. Dyna-Soar was the American military space shuttle. People can look this up. It was designed and fielded by the United States military. That was originally designed by Eugen Sanger. So what's the military history of that? Basically, what had happened was that during the Second World War, the Germans used that to bomb Soviet factories behind the Urals Mountains. U-R-A-L-S. A lot of people know about the Urals Mountains. A lot of people know that Stalin moved all of the industry behind the Urals Mountains out of the range of German invasion when the Germans invaded the Soviet Union. So a lot of people don't know that the Germans bombed those factories using these boost gliders. So that means that the first space shuttles were deployed by the Third Reich. That means the first men into space were Nazi Raumänner, spacemen, their version of cosmonauts or astronauts. In May of 1942, in conjunction with the launch of Case Blue Summer Offensive, the Germans began bombing using Sanger's boost glide rockets. And these basically struck at Soviet Trans-Ural industrial bases with poor accuracy. But nevertheless, over time, the attacks took their toll. The bomber's design was an antipodal skip bomber. It skipped off the atmosphere like a stone skipping over a lake. And ironically, their design forced them to skip all the way around the world after each attack run, soaring high over China and Central America while taking the long way back to Germany. And this made the Germans explore the space environment just as they had explored the atmosphere at the time of using high atmospheric altitudinal bombing over London with Zeppelins or airships. So just as they were able to conquer all of the problems of physiology with Zeppelin technology, they had to contend with all aspects of space technology by being the first people to bomb the Eurasian continent from space. Half of Earth's atmosphere is located just 3 miles above sea level. And in the bottom of the troposphere, most humans need supplemental oxygen to sustain efficient performance before they reach that elevation. That's mountain climbers. By the time we get to the level of where the Zeppelins and the Japanese aero dreadnoughts were at, pressurized suits or cabins were preferable, and they became obligatory at about 9 miles because crew members are unable to expel carbon dioxide and water vapor from their lungs unassisted. Otherwise, they suffocate. Now, military aircraft and space vehicles depend on pure air produced in a sealed environment after they approach altitudes that approximate 15 miles, where heat transfer gets excessive, poisonous ozone is present, and turbojet engines refuse to function much above 20 miles. Ramjets sputter and stop down. Altimeters, as soon as the altimeters hit 28 miles. And at that point, rockets are required. And that's exactly what Eugen Sanger had developed. Now, the Americans didn't get any of this. They all went to the Soviets after the end of the war. What people don't understand is that Werner von Braun came to the United States. His brother Hermann went to the Soviet Union. Both of them were in the status of observers for the Third Reich's government in exile. And they were essentially celebrity diplomats. Why no one understands this within either respective culture of the Soviet Union or the United States, again, is beyond me. But at any rate, these men were describing to the Americans what the dinosaur would ultimately become, and that's how it was developed based on what Werner von Braun shared with the Americans as a technical exchange advisor with a government in exile that the Americans maintained diplomatic relations with because they were convinced by Reichspropaganda Minister Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels that if this government, the Third Reich, was not recognized and maintained in continuity, that the aliens would not contend with them because the aliens recognized the Third Reich as the legitimate government of planet Earth. Do you realize the complexity of what I'm saying?
As I said, it is a journey.
But does it make sense? I hope it's coherent.
Yeah.
At least. Now, again, in terms of how does that bring us back to Factory 333, Heliopolis, outside Cairo, directed by Eugen Sanger, the man himself. Because Gamal Abdel Nasser, the leader of Egypt, was a pan-Islamist, he was a pan-Africanist, he was a pan-Arabist, he was essentially the mantle for three super ideological movements that made him the most dangerous man on earth. Worse yet, he nationalized the Suez Canal. And the Americans were going to take him out. Now, what they came into was the fact that he confronted them with basically what was ultimately written about very briefly in the Washington Post article in the 1950s where they spoke about Factory 333, Gamal Abdel Nasser, and the New Africa Corps. Now, the New Africa Corps consisted of no less than about 400 Nazi scientists. Now, what he told the Americans about this Missile Project Center, directly lifted from Peenemünde and relocated into Egypt, was that he had radioactive warheads, and he was going to use them to continue the war against what he was convinced were Jewish people who controlled the Soviet Union and the United States. This was a parallel Egyptian aerospatial program of space bombers and missiles, which, again, doesn't make it into your history books. It was run by a virulent anti-Semite who was convinced that a Zionist conspiracy manipulated the American and Soviet alliance. Now, when he nationalized the Suez Canal, America experienced a crisis far worse than the Cuban Missile Crisis. At that point, Britain, France, and Israel united to attack Egypt, to retake the canal. And the Americans almost went to war with France, Britain, and Israel under Eisenhower, whose granddaughter will be at the UFO Con 2012. Look that up at ufocon2012.com. Now, think about what I'm saying. The Americans almost went to war with France, Britain, and Israel under Eisenhower because Gamal Abdel Nasser told Eisenhower, if you think General Francisco Franco took down 2 airliners with his 3 scientists, you think of what I can do with almost 1,000 Nazi scientists. And I'm going to wipe your civilian air fleet out of the skies if you come touch me. And again, he's a ruler who lived in charge of his nation till the day he died. And the British, the French, and the Israelis withdrew in defeat. And you never hear about this in your history books. Just another example of covert space programs which are just wildly divergent from the fantasy in which Americans live. And in terms of that crisis, to show you how different it was, you can look up Eisenhower's quotes at the time. Eisenhower was brought to the point because Gamal Abdel Nasser was at war with Israel. And Eisenhower was going to go to war with Israel, Britain, and France. Eisenhower is quoted. People can look this up. Probably the most accessible resource on this would be books written by journalists who were there at the time. These were journalists. So these quotes were published in papers at the time, But probably the best book that compiles a number of these quotes would be Warriors at Suez. I can't remember the author, one of the few sources publicly available on this. But Eisenhower is quoted as saying, "We have to convince the Jews in the United States to think like Americans instead of Jews. They have to identify with the United States instead of Israel." I mean, can you imagine an American politician even dreaming of saying something like this in this day and age? This is the kind of crises that Eisenhower was facing. The Cuban Missile Crisis looked like nothing compared to this. And they've managed to take this out of your history books completely. Well, in terms of what the Nazis developed with their technology, people are going to be saying, well, what about, anti-gravitics or all this good stuff that they're constantly hearing about? And the Nazis did develop the equivalent of that thanks to Asian Indian, a physicist, a mathematical physicist by the name of Subramanian Chandrasekhar. And his last name was spelled Chandrasekhar. Chandrasekhar. Now, he was around 1935, he came up with a calculation that proved, as far as any theoretical prediction can prove, that stars of a mass of above 1.4 times that of our sun will at the end of their lives collapse infinitely. Now, this was the first statement of the existence of black holes. Now, he presented this to the Royal Astronomical Society of Britain because India was ruled by the British Raj. Now, the man who ran the Royal Astronomical Society was a jackass by the name of Arthur Eddington. And Sir Arthur Eddington behaved abominably, and basically it was at the point where the British scientists looked upon Subramanian Chandrasekhar as a yellow nigger. And that term was actually bandied about. And he was so persecuted, he ultimately had to leave the British Empire and move to the United States, where he volunteered to help the Americans develop an atomic bomb. And you know what the Americans said? They said they couldn't give him a security clearance because of his ethnicity.
Oh, jeez.
And so, who did use the Chandrasekhar equations? The Nazis and the Japanese. Because as an Asian Indian, all of the Japanese and the Germans believed the people of Iran and northern India to be Aryan. And the very term Iran is simply the Greek word for Aryan. The Shah of Iran was known as the protector of all Aryans. That was his formal title. The Shah of Iran married a German woman. Now, because of this ethnic connection, the Japanese believed that the Japanese race was an Aryan race descended from Asian India through maritime migrations, whereas the Germans believed they were descended from the Aryans of northern India and Persia through overland route migrations into Europe. So they said, this is Aryan science. And they fed it into the computers created by Konrad Zuse, Z-U-S-E. And Konrad Zuse was the man, German, who created the world's first modern computer. And this was basically developed, again, 1935, the same year that Chandrasekhar came up with the equations for black holes. Now, they fed all of these computations in Konrad Zuse's machine and came to the logical physics conclusion that these black holes not only existed, but that at the very center of our galaxy was a supermassive black hole, which all of the other stars in the galaxy revolve around. As a matter of fact, this is what creates galaxies. Every galaxy has at its center a cluster of stars that are there because of a supermassive black hole. This became known as the Schwarzen Sun, the Black Sun. This is where the term, the Reich of the Black Sun, comes from. The Empire of the Black Sun of the Japanese comes from. this is where covert projects, black budget projects, such as Black Sun projects under Japan came from, biological weapons, atomic and chemical weapons development. In Germany, it was the Nazi Fischer-Tropsch equations, which created synthetic gas, synthetic fuels. It was the Nazi anti-gravity equations for the Nazi Bell, which is a experiment platform for anti-gravitics that had a classification level higher than that of atomic weapons in the Third Reich. So we're talking about this incredible experimentation that was made possible only through their use of Chandrasekhar's mathematics and Nazi Konrad Zuse computer systems. So they attained a 50-year leap, a half-century leap in technology because the Nazis and the Japanese were less racist than the Americans and the British. Now, can you imagine the implications of what I'm saying? I mean, this is essentially what we're dealing with in terms of from Goebbels' greatest victory on convincing the Allies that the aliens were on the side of the Axis to the point where they're developing the Fischer-Tropsch equations. Fischer is spelled F-I-S-C-H-E-R. Tropsch is, after a hyphen, is T-R-O-P-P. And this enabled them to convert coal into synthetic oil. Again, think about what I'm saying. And then what happened was they ultimately used this to apply Einstein's development of torsion tensor systems. Now, keep in mind, to the Germans, all that propaganda you hear about, oh, Adolf Hitler wouldn't develop the atomic bomb because Einstein was Jew, and that was Jewish science. It's all crap spread by the Office of War Information, which carries it on to this day. The reality was the Germans thought Einstein was an excellent example of what you can produce with German education. And they took his equations and they basically applied his torsion tensor, which he himself was basically developing at one point in his career, combined it with the Hungarian electrical system engineers. His name was Gabriel Kron, K-H-R-O-N. He was experimenting with anomalous energy. And basically, he was in one of the universities of Belgium. And he, in 1935, again, same time as Chandrasekhar came up with these equations, same time as Konrad Zuse introduced the first modern computer system, he basically came up with a unified field of gravity and physics concerning spherical and toroidal electromagnetism. Now, before we get into all of these abstract physical equations, we don't really need to get into them because, remember, I'm approaching this as a documents destruction specialist, not as an engineer or as a physicist. What I can tell you is that 4 decades ahead of everyone save the Philadelphia experiment, the Nazi Bell, and other experiments conducted in the Third Reich led to the development of a super physics well ahead of what the Americans had developed. And through this, the Nazis were able to go beyond rocketry, and the Third Reich in exile was operating with, shall we say, a higher level of technology in a breakaway civilization, while the Americans were still operating with rockets. This is why the German technicians that were in the Soviet Union and the United States were looking on the Soviet Union and the United States as primitive societies. And now the war still went on. And this is why the United States was given orders in terms of the Air Force to shoot down any flying saucers. And in the end, while the United States was warring with the communist bloc, they were simultaneously warring with this ufological presence. Now, 166 crewmen died, tickling the Russians and the Chinese with reconnaissance overflights, U-2 planes. Now, between 1951 and 1956, 204 major reported destroyed and missing fighter aircraft incidents took place fighting the Nazis. 229 planes were destroyed and 192 vanished. This was published in the New York Times. And so we're talking about a period of time known as the Disc War, in which the Third Reich was able to kill hundreds of airmen. And the Americans ultimately responded at the source, because in the 1950s, according to all the documents I destroyed, and ultimately you have people who, like Len Stringfield, who worked at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, who admitted publicly that the aerospace war that was being conducted at the time between the Third Reich government and exile in the United States, 2,000 American pilots died between the late 1940s and 1950s in this disc war. And where was it all sourcing? It was all sourcing out of Antarctica, where the Third Reich government in exile had established its Area 51 without the tourists. And if you think what I said about that Japanese island, which is basically part of Tokyo, that means that it's essentially occupied by the Tokyo Police Department, is unable to suffer American invasion. You can imagine what it was like in Antarctica. I mean, basically, the computers that were originally built were very large. They generated a lot of heat. They would have made eminently destructible targets for American bombing. So all that interdepartmental empire system, the polyocracy of the Third Reich that I was speaking to, obviously begs the question of who ran the computers. Heinrich Himmler ran the SS, the Schutzstaffel. Reichspropaganda Minister Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels ran the Ministry of Propaganda and Enlightenment, which convinced the Americans that there were aliens. Goering ran the Luftwaffe. Who ran the computers? Obviously, Albert Speer was in charge of war production. Well, Martin Bormann ran the computers. And he told Adolf Hitler the best place to put them, where the Americans can't hit us, will be in Antarctica. So basically...
So there were documents that you saw confirmed the legend that there was a Nazi presence in Antarctica.
Absolutely. Well, that's something no one can argue with, because that was a major media event when the Nazis started exploring Antarctica.
Well, I mean, as in a base. I mean, because I know there's like they actually, are still there for that matter. I mean, they have these legends that there was a significant, they brought war machines there, they built caves and buildings and whatnot. In fact, I read some kind of a book by Clive Cussler, and it's one of his, it's a novel, but it went into this whole thing that they were actually still there, and working.
Well, the reality is they were there, and then they ultimately resettled and relocated elsewhere because Antarctica had its problems. Antarctica, of course, is still very isolated. It is effectively off limits. Certainly, it wasn't until the 1990s that they began to conduct some environmental tourism under heavy supervision and observation. You have minders like North Korea when you go around in Antarctica. You are required by international law, and this is enforced when you're down there, to wear international orange, and that is all you will ever wear when you're down there. I mean, so it's not like you're taking any normal vacation in the hometown sense of the word. Mm-hmm. So we're talking about an extremely isolated area, and what had happened was, yes, the Germans had established themselves there, and the history of that is well accessible. We're talking about in probably around 1937 was when the MS Schwabenland, which was an old mail ship and plane carrier, was outfitted at the cost of about 1 million Reichsmarks and rechristened the New Schwabenland. And its purpose was to survey as much of the Antarctic coast and interior as it could. Left Hamburg on December 17th of 1938, arrived in January 19th of 39. And so all of the discoveries of geothermal energy, similar to what could be exploited in Iceland, island was made at that time. And in the end, the Germans resettled a huge base there that became an entry point or a gateway for a reestablishment of the Third Reich in government in exile. But that was conducted elsewhere. As for we're talking about the 1950s by the time, or 40s by the time that the Germans had moved, late 40s, early 50s, into underground caverns that were not directly underneath Antarctica, but many, many miles away, and underneath the seabed floor. But there were many, many caverns of such size. I've gone into this before as to how these caverns exist.
I mean, the reason why I bring this up is that it seems to me that in current day that there's an awful lot of attention being paid down in Antarctica and no attention being paid in the North Pole. And
right.
It just seems like, I know there's ground down there where there's water in the North Pole, but it just seems like, well, what's special about the dirt that's under the ice there as opposed to the water that's under the ice on the North? And it just seems like there's something out there. I mean, whether it be remnants of a German constructions or an ancient Atlantean city or whatever it be.
Well, certainly all of this has validity, but the endpoint is that to concentrate on Antarctica specifically, as opposed to the giant caverns known as Unterland, or the land below, which is the name that the Germans gave it. Basically, keep in mind that they were working with this in the 1930s, not only in Antarctica, but also in Tibet. People hear about these things constantly in popular media about the Nazi expedition to Tibet, etc., and they talk about this, and they what they never allude to is exactly what that has to do with today's world and how exactly it impacts us today. Well, it still continues to impact us today because that's where the Third Reich government in exile exists. Now, I was born in a government in exile. I was born in the Nationalist Republic of China as reestablished on the island of Taiwan. So I know exactly how governments in exile function. And the end result was that the Third Reich became an unrecognized, not recognized by the United Nations is what I'm referring to, an unrecognized government in exile, just like my government did. And my government has an enormous impact on the world. Basically, if Taiwan were to be taken out, your entire information highway would die. All of the computer hardware in the world effectively is manufactured in Taiwan. Taiwan, at many points in recent history, was the 8th largest economy in the world. And you're talking about basically about 25 million people whose economy until the 1990s was 20 times larger than that of the Chinese mainland, where 1 billion people live. So you're talking about an economy that's enormous. And yet you've never heard of it. It's not recognized by the United Nations. This is how screwed up your world is. And why Americans live in a fantasy land. By the way, I remember now the name of that American kamikaze. The name of it was the Northrop XP-79B, developed in 1945. And it ultimately was something that was intended by the Americans as a suicide aircraft to kill Japanese super dirigibles. The pilot who tested it out as a suicide pilot was Harry Crosby, C-R-O-S-B-Y. Harry Crosby died in a suicide attack to prove that the American kamikaze would work. This was what ultimately was recommended by Dr. Robert Goddard. And the day that Dr. Robert Goddard, since he had resettled in Boston, Massachusetts, when they gave his job to the Satanist, Jack Parsons, the day of the Nagasaki bombing, by the time of August 9th, when the Americans bombed Hiroshima on August 6th, the Japanese launched the super dirigibles, 3 of them. They had over a dozen more waiting in reserve in mainland China. They launched 3 of them to the United States, loaded with, amongst other toxins, botulinum toxin, which is so concentrated a toxin that 1 pound of it, if properly distributed, could kill 1 billion people.
Now, if I can go back up to this pilot, was that pilot Harry Crosby, the guy who?
Yes, that's correct. Because
I'm reading about how he had claimed that he tried to. It was a malfunction in the aircraft, and he tried to bail out, and it got hit by the aircraft and was killed. So they're putting it down as a malfunction, and the project ended. When they built one, it malfunctioned and ended.
He proved that it served its function. What do they say it's for? It's an American kamikaze. So if
obviously they're not saying that. I'm just saying that. I'm just trying to, trying to connect the dots here. Obviously, I'm not saying that this stuff is correct. I'm fascinated to see how things are spun, is what I should say.
Oh, yeah. I mean, keep in mind, I looked up the German Chancellor, Helmut Kohl, was the longest-serving German Chancellor, the longest-serving leader in German history. And Helmut Kohl, I looked up on Wikipedia, and they had it that he was still alive, and the poor guy died. A long time ago. That'll show you what Wikipedia is like. But do they show the Northrop XP-79B? Do they show any photos of it or anything? You might get an idea about its function.
Yeah, I see it. It does look like a kind of a one-way ticketer, as I would put it.
Yes.
They don't have is it the B? Yeah, they showed a. It does look kind of like it's going to bludgeon into something.
Yes, it's a ram ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely intended as a ram craft. If you read the technical details,
it's actually a real short wheelbase. I mean, I think that would have been hard to land.
Yeah.
Which would kind of go along with that. I mean, I'm not a expert.
Well, an aerodynamics expert who did look at that would basically.
Oh wow, the guy lays in it, looking forward. Yeah.
Yes, prone. The pilot is prone.
Yeah.
And it basically, if you take a look at it, you'll notice that it's basically has a it's got a reinforced front because it's a ram craft. So you've got a plastic bubble, which is instead of a normal glass windshield, it's largely made out of magnesium, which used Northrop's patented heliarc welding process. And so you definitely got an incredibly strong ram craft. It's a rocket plane that's meant to crash into a superdirigible and blow it up. So you've got a radical design that is built in 1945. Now think about what I'm saying. So that shows you how desperate the Americans were.
According to this data on here, I'm looking at a different page. It can pretty much only carry 3,000 pounds, which doesn't sound like a whole lot of weaponry unless you're going to put one bomb in there, to ram into it.
Yes.
I would say that, looking at the design of it and what it could carry, that it's reasonable that this would be something to drive in with the intent of going a one-way ticket.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, it's unreasonable to do that. It's a reasonable for you to say, looking at it. I don't really particularly like the idea of kamikazes in any form, but no one's asking me for guidance in weaponry.
Right. Well, there you have it. And certainly that is something that people need to keep in mind. Now, in the case of Germany, one of the first things that happened was the response to the German reestablishment of even a base where they were moving high-tech weaponry to prevent it from being bombed into Antarctica was, we have to remember, this started about January through February of 1939, about the time of the, well before World War II re-erupted on the continent of Europe.
I just want, if I can interrupt 1 second, I just saw another reference to the XP-97 as the flying ram.
Yeah.
So that's another little thing. Okay, go ahead.
No, thank you. All the reinforcement is certainly approved. And so basically my point is that what we had was the battle started for the Antarctic. These were the battles of the South Atlantic as opposed to the North Atlantic around 1943 and 1945. Between that period of time, the British launched a secret wartime series of Antarctic operations codenamed Tabarin, Tabarin. Sometimes it's referred to as with an L, Tabaline, as opposed to Tabarin. And this is what they would often do, even in the United States. In the days before computers, you could keep people from sourcing or referencing something for years just by a misspelling. or an alteration of spelling. So that's entirely intentional. But this was a covert, behind-the-lines, special forces series of operations where they deployed SAS commandos to try and take out that base. There was a failed occupation attempt at Hope Bay in the winter of 1944. And the British to this day will insist that these were geology and biology survey programs in the middle of a war using SAS commandos. And they'll insist that they were there as civilians.
Well, I mean, even Wikipedia is saying, has to go along with it. It is a military thing.
Yeah, well, there you go. In January and February of 1942, Comandante Alberto Odera of Argentina, aboard the Primero de Mayo, defeated the British at Deception Island in the South Shetlands on February 24th. Specifically, there was a major battle, which the Argentinians won at Melchior and Argentine Islands, and the British never forgave them for it. And then, of course, by the time of 1946, 1947, we had the American invasion. And so the Americans basically were working with what Americans have come to know, of course, as the good God, what did they call it again? The invasion of Antarctica. I believe it was Operation Highjump.
Yeah, I got Highjump, windmill.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, there was a series of invasions and battles to eliminate the source of the disc aircraft sourcing from Antarctica. Now, Operation Highjump was officially titled the United States Navy's Antarctic Development Program, was in the southern summer of 1946 to 1947, and the United States Navy operation was organized, of course, supposedly by Rear Admiral Byrd. He was actually the scapegoat, and it was actually organized by many other people who were involved that were running the United States Navy. The Secretary of the Navy himself, James Forrestal, was along for the ride, physically there, and he was later thrown from a window in a mental ward at Bethesda Naval Hospital because of what he had seen concerning the Third Reich government in exile. Now, Admiral Nimitz actually commandeered the Seavor 47, which was part of that entire expeditionary force. Admiral Kreutzen took the North Wind, which was another part of that expeditionary force. We're talking about all of the major names in the Navy organized Task Force 68, as it was known. We're talking about well over 5,000 sailors. Now, my father volunteered for this, and they wouldn't let him go because he had a mouthful of metal teeth from years of drinking as a sailor. And down in Antarctica, your teeth contract because of the cold, and it becomes excruciatingly painful, and you can't function. So that's when your teeth are metal. So that's why Heinrich Himmler demanded that every man in the SS have perfect teeth, was because the Antarctic expeditions could not tolerate men who had metal teeth. So the USS aircraft carrier, the Philippine Sea, was the CV-47 that ultimately was commandeered by Admiral Nimitz when Admiral Byrd's expedition essentially began to fail. It had over 100 aircraft, and it wasn't assigned to any of the groups. It was functioning as the firebase fixer, the flagship, and the Essex-class carrier was about 900 feet long, had 3,500 men on it alone, and 6 ski-wheeled, jet-assisted takeoff fitted R4D Skytrain transports. So we're talking about they were meant to be able to take off without a runway, being basically seaplanes. And so we had a submarine, the Senate. Basically we had various icebreakers and ships, and about 4,700 troops from the U.S., Britain, and Australia. And they provided over 40 ships from the Australian and Canadian contingency forces. You never even see them referred to in the American Operation Highjump. You had a British and Norwegian contingency force, a Russian contingency force, and you had literally about 3,500 Marines who all died on the ice because they were massacred by the German discraft that wiped them off, known as Flugelads. And the Flugelads were essentially basically helicopters where the blades are around the body of the craft as opposed to over the craft. And they're not necessarily that fast moving. They're not necessarily that, they're more revolutionary in design than anything else. But when you mounted rockets on them, they were sufficiently deadly where they wiped out the landing force. And the end result was the Americans had to resort to nuclear tactics because the Germans were so advanced with their space program that through the exiled government in Antarctica, they were launching ships to the moon. And because of that, they were able to establish a base on the southern pole of the moon that would, of course, die without reinforcement. This was the battle for orbit that is so important for Americans to know about in an understanding of the frontier of space. And what exactly is that frontier all about? This new battlefield that we're talking about. We're talking about the Earth-Moon system. Basically, planet Earth is a binary planet that, combined with the moon, is really inseparable. It's the moon's tides that make life even possible on Earth. And so, basically, the entire Earth-Moon system has as its center mass something about 1,000 miles beneath Earth's surface. So that is the center mass for this binary planet system. Now, when you get into that military spacecraft kind of engineering that to contend with this system, then you basically realize that the Nazis were doing exactly what they were doing when they were bombing the Soviet Union. Any spacecraft launched due east gets a flying start from Earth's rotation, which makes it easier to attain orbital velocity benefits. And so the end result was, because of the enormous head start, then the Germans were able to make it to the moon before anyone else. And they were able to counteract gravity using this kind of antipodal skip effect. But what kind of environment do we have in space? What did the Germans have to contend with? They had to contend with basically all kinds of environmental factors that we'll get into. Space is totally black. Light can't scatter in very thin air or hard vacuums. Total silence prevails. There's no shock waves or sonic booms, regardless of vehicle velocities. Basically, you're talking about structures that are frigid on one side, are torrid on the other, so they undergo great stress. And you've got cosmic rays beyond the Van Allen radiation belts that pose additional problems. You've got sporadic solar flares that cause proton storms that project high energy, high charge, high density, long-range flux 1,000,000 times more powerful than particles in routine solar winds. You know, and less potent doses can damage or destroy human cells, including components of the central nervous system. So these already cause communications blackouts, and they discombobulate poorly protected guidance systems. So the Germans were contending with all of that. The average voyage from Earth to the moon averages about 240,000 miles of cislunar space. That's environmentally pretty much the same as circumterrestrial space above the Van Allen radiation belts. But more important than all of that are what are known as lunar libration points. And these are gravity wells. Basically, they're no points at all. They're three-dimensional positions in space that are shaped somewhat like kidney beans, about 10,000 miles long, that are just areas of vacuum. And spacecraft could theoretically linger there indefinitely without expending much fuel if calculations are correct, because both the Earth and the Moon's combined gravitational fields cancel each other out at those points. So using the Konrad Zuse computer systems, the mathematical models and computer simulations that the Reich had, they were able to show that basically through these points they could dominate the Earth. All 5 of these constitute strategic locations in space. This is what the war was about. L1 through L5, and known as Lagrange points or libration points. And the lowest energy transfer site for the 230-mile trips between Earth and Mars were basically at L1. They could be fitted with military facilities, and they were kind of like a motel, gas station, or warehouse, restaurant, garage that was set up there. L2 was an important clandestine assembly area because cislunar and Earth-based sentinels couldn't see it. L3, the other Lagrange point, was a semi-stable staging base for military operations directed against the Earth or spacecraft orbiting around it. And but all the decisive advantages were really with L4 and L5. And these were stable totally stable libration points, which could dominate the Earth-Moon system because they looked down both gravity wells. There was no other location that was equally commanding in terms of that. You dominate those points and you dominate the Earth. And so the Third Reich was setting up an empire that would make them the legitimate government of planet Earth. And the American response was one of absolute desperation. They responded with Project Argus, or Operation Argus, as it was known militarily. They passed it off propagandistically as a project to the civilian public. But basically, starting on August 27th of 1958, they started the first of 3 nuclear bomb salvos to destroy the atmosphere. Do you comprehend what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. To destroy the atmosphere. Basically, what they did was on August 27th of 1958, they basically launched their first missile, and on August 30th and September 6th, they launched 2 more atomic missiles. And what they did was they irradiated space. They created 3 enormous artificial Van Allen radiation belts that stretched thousands of miles into the atmosphere. And they created havoc with military space systems. And in the vacuum of space, there's nothing to dissipate or absorb the radiation. So high-energy electrons strike any object. They generate X-rays. The X-rays are penetrating. They damage electronic equipment. They erase computer memories. They're lethal to astronauts. And since the radiation belts were global and they extended thousands of miles up, all the orbiting satellites of that time were passing through regions of intensified radiation. So basically, near-Earth space, which was the region that military planners had to contend with in that day and age, were rendered an intrinsically vulnerable environment. You know, after the billions of Reichsmarks had been spent on space stations, space-based missile systems, aerospace plans, and other warfighting satellites, the entire array of military space equipment was rendered useless because of these nuclear warheads within the Earth's magnetic field being detonated. And basically, these regions of intense radiation in the upper atmosphere we're talking about, they covered the Earth. They initially were hundreds of miles wide. They were created basically in the South Polar region and carried by the magnetosphere, which centers on our magnetic poles all the way around the planet. And they wiped out radio communications and reflected warning and guidance radar, you know, all over the Atlantic continent. In other words, they couldn't communicate with their moon base. And the increased ionization of the upper atmosphere resulting from these nuclear explosions proved hazardous to high-altitude bombers, aerospace gliders. All the pilots who were above 50,000 feet were going through a region of intensified ionization, and they received lethal doses of radiation which killed them. And they were unable to reach their targets. So they rendered all of space militarily unworkable and created the phenomena of cancer worldwide, which never existed before. Until that point in history, combined with the above-ground testing done by the British, the French, the Soviets, the Americans at Yucca Flats, in the Pacific, everywhere else, this is what sank it. This is what made the phenomena of cancer a worldwide human phenomena. Statistically, every one of us will know someone who they love who will die of cancer because of this. So you have to ask yourself, was it worth it?
Now, I'm assuming that these radiations dissipated over time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have anybody going up there, up into space, even if it was in orbit.
Well, you have to remember, do you think that they care?
Well, people are back here. I mean, unless nobody went up and came back, and it's all that giant of an illusion.
No. People have gone up there and they've come back, and the astronauts passed through the Van Allen radiation belt fast enough where they're being afflicted by cancer is statistically just as normal as anyone else. So they're not made more sick than the rest of us. Maybe slightly more like somebody who travels in airplanes constantly and is exposed to ultraviolet radiation. Let's put it this way. Basically, anyone enters a realm naturally of radiant energy as soon as they leave Earth's protected atmosphere. Risks are at least in low Earth orbits, but they rise rapidly in the Allen belts.
Okay, let me just do this kind of a fast 1, 2, 3 thing for here. So, I was listening along the way, and so did the Nazis or Germans actually get to the moon?
They did, but that base is no longer extant. Basically, everyone there died from lack of resupply.
Okay, but there would be some kind of physical marker of it if it did. So they got to the moon, they landed, they didn't get resupplied, and they left. And so one might assume then that the USA did go to the moon as well.
Yes.
Because there is some decent evidence that at least the footage that we've been shown has been prepared on Earth. It doesn't mean they didn't go, but some of the looking at some of the video and seeing the effects that could have been used to do it, it does look like some of the films were perhaps faked. Not necessarily because they didn't go, but just in case the cameras didn't work or something, they wanted to have some footage. So that would be the minimal, and that they did go.
Well, all the while that the Americans went to the moon, they also conducted several artificial just moonshots in studios on Earth, just so they would have better propaganda footage, because the quality of film that was taken in the lunar environment was not necessarily very attractive or the best kind of quality imagery in the world. So they did studio shots just for the sake of propaganda, but they went to the moon. Their logic is since the going to the moon for them was an occult and propaganda exercise, there was nothing of military value that came out of it, then that makes perfect sense.
Right, okay. All right, so now, how come at this point, I mean, do you know why the Russians never landed on the moon, or did they?
Well, what the Russians and the Americans began to fight over was Krunia, which is Earth's second moon. And this is something that most people are totally unaware of, and people can look this up. It's spelled C-R-U-I-T-H-N-E. C-R-U-I-T-H-N-E. And it's named after an extinct Celtic tribe that was probably has remnants or vestiges genetically in Ulster in this day and age, and it was first landed on by an Irish-American astronaut. And we have to ask ourselves, why is this important? Well, because everywhere you look on the internet, they'll say, well, this is in an eccentric Earth moon orbit. It's in a horseshoe orbit. And
they're calling it an asteroid.
Right. Well, this is so preposterous, and I'll explain why. When you stand on Krunia, you can see, again, without telescopic aid, as an astronaut through a faceplate, both the Earth and the Moon in one view. In other words, both Earth and Moon are visible as a singular double planet system, a binary planet, in your faceplate. You can see it with the naked eye, so to speak, through that faceplate, without telescopic aid, both of them at once. That is what makes Krunia so strategically invaluable. Now, if you go to Phobos and Deimos on Mars, then people say, well, if you look at them, they're really just planetoids and asteroids just like this. I mean, if you take a look at the size and diameter of Krunia, it's the exact same size as either Deimos or Phobos. I forget which one. One of them is bigger. The other one's pretty much the exact same size. Now, both of these little planetoids orbiting Mars are called moons. They dignify them with the name of moon when they're going around Mars. But if it's going around the Earth, they say, oh, it's not a moon. Well, this is a lot like the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes of North America are a sea zone in military terms because you can pump ships into them to basically militarily affect the futures and destinies of either Canada or the United States or Quebec. And the ships that are going to get pumped into the Great Seas region, you could pump in an enormous number of military ships. As a matter of fact, there are wrecks of ships, which are merchant ships, victims of squall and sabotage from the Second World War, that are bigger than the Titanic. You have shipwrecks at the bottom of the Great Lakes that are physically larger than the Titanic. And yet they say, oh, they're not a sea zone. Well, that's just crazy. In military maps, they're a sea zone. In civilian maps, they say they're lakes. Okay, it doesn't matter. If you
right, I'm looking at the, and I know things can be made to look however you would like them to be, but I'm looking at the plotting of the orbits. It would appear that it's orbiting around the sun. I'm trying to visualize this because this is going to be skewed for the purposes here of claiming it's not a moon.
Right.
And I'm trying to look at the motions and make my own. Okay, I can see. Yeah.
Well, you'll find that if you look at different charts of Krunia, you'll find that they have different orbits for it. You'll see it presented in different orbits. They have their purposes for skewing this. You'll see one orbital chart will look fairly different from another, depending on who's entered that orbital chart. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So my point is, the Americans and the Soviets were fighting essentially over Krunia. And that is where astronauts landed many times and fought and died. Now, because the National Socialists had...
What was the strategic advantage of Krunia then? It seems to go pretty far away from the Earth at times too.
Yes. That makes it even more of a strategic advantage. During such periods of time, you could assemble force projection instruments or elements, is the military term for it, force projection elements, such as commando units of astronauts, rockets or missiles to hit the Earth or the Moon, and when it gets back into orbit, you're ready to strike. Then it's taken away out of striking range out of range of retaliation. So
I don't know if this is wrong. I mean, it's claiming that the closest approach is 30 times farther than the Moon.
Yeah, but what does that matter? If you're launching a missile and you calculate it right, it's going to hit the Earth.
Well, wouldn't it be easier to shoot it from the Moon?
Yes, but with Krunia, you can assemble it without observation.
Oh, because it goes away.
Yes, without taking the time to assemble a whole infrastructure and logistical nightmare on the dark side of the Moon. The Nazis organized a base on the south pole of the Moon because of regions of water availability and also escape from the power of sunlight. The sun becomes so powerful, you can get third-degree burns in direct exposure to sunlight in space. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of effect that we're talking about. So in terms of Krunia, the Moon, the Lagrange points, with libration points, we're talking about various strategic battles for orbit, originally taking place with the Third Reich, which eventually had to retreat under Antarctica into what is known as Unterland, within vast caverns, using geothermal energy with which to power the lighting system and maintain their lifestyle. Then, as for the Soviets, their program was so aggressive. Keep in mind that the cosmodromes in Kazakhstan and the former Soviet republics were the busiest cosmodromes on Earth. The Americans would call such places astrodomes, the space version of airports. The Americans reached the International Space Station, the International Space Station, through Russian rockets launching out of Kazakhstan to this day. The American space shuttle program is dead, civilian-wise. So all they've got is the remnants of the once proud Soviet space program. Now, we are all familiar with Mir, MYR, the scientific station that was orbiting the Earth for many years. Most people don't realize that there were 4, at least, military Mirs. They are known as Solyuts. People can look this up. S-O-L-Y-U-T-S. S-O-L-Y-U-T. Solyuts with an S would be the plural. So a Solyut was an armored Mir, produced by the Energia, state-owned Soviet company in, of course, Eurasia, and launched, put into orbit around the Earth. The Soviets were on the verge of dominating space, and the Americans prevented it through Operation Odysseus, or the Odysseus program. O-D-Y-S-S-E-U-S, named after the mythical figure in Hellenic mythology. And the Odysseus program used what was known as the Reserve Astronaut Corps. And the Reserve Astronaut Corps of the United States saw more launches, more action, than any of the civilians in the American space program. and they saw actual space combat fighting the Soviets. So we're talking about a group of men sacrificing or putting their lives on the line using what we would consider today to be ridiculously obsolete technology because the Germans dominated so much of the advanced technology. So instead of using these incredible field propulsion systems that the Germans were using to create their brief Reich in space before they retreated into an intraterrestrial existence. That's the term for it, as opposed to extraterrestrial. It's called intraterrestrial. Before a subterranean existence that they acclimated to, basically, the Americans were stuck with World War II era rocket technology. And so were the Soviets. And so they were battling each other using this technology. Now, in space, you can't do all of these Star Wars maneuvers without massive advances in technology, because ships just do not go at that rapid a rate and make turns at that violent a rate in space. Basically, you have to work on planned orbital patterns in which to do combat with each other. And so what the Americans did was they created not just a military space shuttle, the dinosaur that I spoke of, but a military spaceport in California. And
I was going to ask, how did they launch all these ships unnoticed?
Well, there was a secret cadre of about 32 astronauts based in Los Angeles. And they actually wrote about this on August 7th of 1989 in the New York Times. William Broad was the author, B-R-O-A-D, and he basically described a military Star Trek abortion, as he described it, that was run out of Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. And he basically said on August 7th of 1989, what is that, about how many years ago is that? That's got to be well over 20 years ago by now. He talked about the cancellation, supposedly, meaning that the budget just went black. They went off the books, of a $5 billion military space shuttle spaceport in California, Space Dome in Colorado, and the secret cadre of astronauts based out of Los Angeles. And this, he spoke about a Lockheed underground California airstrip that had hangar pylons underground, raised, and electromagnetic radiation beamed to test radar signatures out of these pylon-mounted objects. He was describing all this technical crap, which I can't even remember. I'm trying to dredge it out of the attic, which is my mind. The human mind is like a fishbowl that can only hold so many marbles. And once you put too many marbles in there, it cracks. So, you know, basically my fishbowl cracked and I lost all my marbles a long time ago. But I do know for a fact that Wright-Patterson in the 1960s, the United States Air Force, basically flew two so-called UFOs out of hangars at night that were spherical in nature. But basically, this was all based on technology that was given to them by over 100 Nazis that lived in Fort Bliss, West Texas, New Mexico. And what was the name of their White Sands launch complex? Launch Complex 33. Compare it to Factory 333 near Heliopolis outside of Cairo in Egypt. We're talking about hundreds of V-2s were launched from here. The Redstone Arsenal in northern Alabama was also based on this. But out of White Sands, the Launch Complex 33, you had white-silver discs interacting with the rocket launchers on film. You know, basically going off to 45, 180 degrees, turning back. These are all just basically drones. But Peenemünde SS General Walter Dornberger brought the next generation booster, which was the space shuttle designed by Eugen Sanger in the 1930s, to the Bell Corporation in upstate New York. This is where they got the military space shuttle, the Dinosaur, flown by Neil Armstrong until 1962, who just recently died. I remember that before he passed away, George Noory of Coast to Coast AM had met his wife in a shopping mall, and she had basically said he was leaving her for a younger girl. And, you know, all I could think of when he died was, you know, those Viagra bottles say on the warning label not to use this product if you've got a heart condition. And
but I actually looked up this Dinosaur before you even mentioned it at this time. And it's funny because you get conflicting things. One says never built, and then yet there's another one that's showing a picture of it with somebody walking by it. So
Well, there you have it. Yeah, that's in terms of
I take that back. This was it was a small picture. It was computer generated. So, but they're saying it was never built, and so it probably was built. It just never was released that it was built.
Well, it was built. I can assure you of that.
Yeah.
I can't believe that they're even saying it wasn't built. I mean, to me, that's preposterous. I mean, it's generally accepted in aerodynamic circles as a fact. So, to me, anyone saying it's not built would be like saying that helicopters were never built. I mean, if a civilian space shuttle was built, and all of the astronauts, until fairly recently in history, the majority of the space program was a military program. All of the astronauts were former military pilots. So you had to have military experience to be an astronaut.
Very interesting. It was a single pilot reusable plane, and it's kind of ingenious how it was attached on the top of a rocket. It looks pretty usable.
Yeah,
reasonable.
Well,
and it's.
Well, it was the workhorse of its day, and basically it was used to destroy the Soviet space program and prevent them from dominating the moon and Mars. With their aggressive program, they were very close to doing it. So their cosmonautical space capsules, much more primitive, much more brutal in their boost power, were basically wiped out by the reserve astronauts of the American Odysseus program.
All right, let me stop here for a second. I'm going to take a little break here, but let me just summarize here. We're talking about the secret space program, and we're people tuning in maybe thinking you're going to hear about, like I said, the jump from the Mars, etc., the alien presence on the moon, etc. And what we're talking about here is a space program that was using technology that was period technology that was able to get into space and whatnot, and used to sabotage the Russian space project. So basically being a military type incident, all the while it's the rah-rah, zis boom bah, we're going to Mars with the astronauts. They were like the cover story, so to speak, in the press, while they were behind the scenes with this ship that never was built, that was going around having warfare, illegal. What's the word? Illegal doesn't matter anymore by now.
Yeah.
But legal warfare in the air, which is more conventional. But to me, it's also more damaging. I mean, it's more damning. Yeah. I mean, if you were to have a secret program that has a jump from to Mars, okay, that's bad because the technology could be used to help life on Earth. But if you're having a secret space program using conventional technology that is killing other astronauts, I mean, it's more damning. And, of course, that is the center of a lot of the stuff you're talking about is the little dirty secrets hidden under the rug are very big and very nasty and very evil secrets.
Well, the audio that I had, which was ultimately, unfortunately, fell into the wrong hands, I played while I was on the air with Clyde Lewis, and people can look that up and basically hear the screams of the cosmonauts as they're dying. Because that audio was recorded on ham radios by Italian brothers who spent their entire life just collecting as much cosmonautical radio traffic as they could. You can hear the Soviet cosmonauts, some of them women, burning alive as they re-enter the atmosphere after their space planes and shuttles and capsules were destroyed by Americans in the Odysseus program.
Okay, let's hold on right there. One thing I want to say as I go is that will you be able to address a supposedly current, we're calling it a space police plane that is currently flying in the air. It is supposedly going, either it's robotic, I think it's computer controlled. It's supposed to be armed and dangerous to those up in space it doesn't want. And it looks like it might be an offshoot and a modernization of this design. I'm going to try and find it. Mm-hmm. If I can find a name for it, I can
tell you right now before the break. I can't address that. Obviously, okay. I'm a documents destruction specialist who's working with.
But I didn't know if you in your travels said okay. Well, let's hold on here. We'll just take a little break.
But I appreciate the question. You never know.
Right. I don't. I believe me. At this point, I assume nothing. So, all right. Well, hold on a second, and we'll be right back after a little break. Continue as we get into the meat of the whole point of today, which is the secret American, the United States space program. As we started out with the first hour going into some World War II issues that came up, the second hour we started off with the Battle of L.A., which still dealt with some World War II as you went into the beginning of the space, and now we've been talking about the secret space program, starting out very, very much at the beginning, still back to World War II, moving outward, and now we have talked about this X-20, the plane that, quote, was never built, unquote, going about terrorizing other people trying to get into space. And that sounds about right, given the stuff we've heard about World War II. I'm telling you, Douglas, I mean, I'm not attached to any kind of government or any kind of state thing, but what you're saying really makes, while the world is full of despots, boy, it really makes this one pretty bad.
It's the worst. It's the worst that ever existed. There's no other government that's equivalent to this. We're talking about a government which has slaughtered millions of people from the Philippines all the way to Iraq, and beyond that, launched a war against humanity itself. And I'm always kind of amazed at what's going on in the Mideast now. It's like, wait a minute, how's this? Well, this is actually, they're showing their true stripes, really. Well, it's no different from any of their other ways of waging war. During the War of Filipino Resistance, what the Americans call the Filipino Insurrection, there are damning quotes that can be found to this day and age by people who do the research, where the Americans are saying we have to kill them all, meaning every single Filipino, just as they later would about the Japanese, and where Americans interviewed at the time said we have to exterminate every single Japanese person. I mean these were published as official American objectives. The Americans, if they had had their way, I wouldn't be alive, and billions of people would not be alive. So thank God the Americans lost the war in the Pacific. Thank God that they got their asses handed to them. And what happened when the Japanese invaded American airspace with super dirigibles, and they were loaded with these biocidals that forced the Americans to sue for peace? They called up Dr. Robert Goddard, and they said to Dr. Robert Goddard, after the bombing of Hiroshima, Emperor Hirohito launched the flight of the Sacred Cranes, the Sacred Crane Task Force. And 4 of them were launched. 3 of them made it. One of them crashed in the Mexico-Texas border. The others made it to the Tonopah Army Airfield in the zone known as Area 51 today. The Americans took the biocidals for analysis to Camp Dietrich, now Fort Dietrich in Maryland, for analysis, where they found out that just like one container of the biocidals in these dirigibles, if properly distributed around the planet, could kill every man, woman, and child on the face of the earth. And these dirigibles were loaded with tons of them, and there were over a dozen more waiting in China if the Americans didn't sue for peace. So they called up Dr. Robert Goddard in Boston, Maryland, and said, hey, Dr. Goddard, we've got dirigibles overhead here at Tonopah Army Airfield that are over 1,000 feet in diameter, loaded with biocidals, just like you said we got to watch out for. What do we do? And he grabbed his chest with both hands and he died. And you can look that up as to the date of Dr. Robert Goddard's death. The task force, the flight of the Sacred Crane, was launched after the Americans went nuclear at Hiroshima, reached America, violated American airspace, got to Tonopah Army Airfield the day the Americans bombed Nagasaki, August 9th, 1945. And Dr. Robert Goddard was promptly informed, they're here. Everything you said would happen, happened. And he died that day, August 9th, 1945. So, you know, this is the kind of stuff, again, that never makes it to the history books. And they asked Admiral King, Ernest J. King, the man who was in charge of all naval operations. He was to the Navy exactly what General George Catlett Marshall was to the Army, Supreme Commander of all of the Allied Forces, Commander-in-Chief Army. He was Commander-in-Chief Navy. And so when he was asked, what do we tell the Americans about this, the public? He said, don't tell them anything they don't need to know. When it's over, tell them who won.
Actual quote. People can look that up.
Well, I mean, look at Iraq and Fallujah, etc. I mean, what I'm trying to get across here is that what you are saying may be amazing to people, but if you take the emotion out and just look at it, it is routine. It's routine throughout history till now. You see, this is the routine way of doing it.
Well, beyond that, I mean, like when Private First Class PFC Bradley Manning of the United States Marine Corps he was openly gay. He was apparently serving as, for lack of a better term, a prison bitch to several high officers, generals and colonels and the like. Was constantly told Obama was going to repeal the Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Wasn't happening fast enough for him. Felt he was betrayed. Turned over all these records to WikiLeaks. He's naked in jail the rest of his life. Literally naked. They won't let him have any clothes because they claim he'll use them to hang himself with. This is a form of torture. This guy's kept like that. And all of the documents that he gave to Assange, what do they say? Well, basically, the meat of it all, the key point was that we've killed over 1 million people in Iraq. You got to ask yourself, I hate to say this. You would have to be incredibly naive. I am really tempted to say you'd have to be an idiot not to have assumed we've killed over 1 million people in Iraq by now.
There's a lot of assumptions. This also explains why you have a group of people who are in the, let's say, they're in the conspiracy/UFO community who are dissing Assange and his group as being a stooge because they're releasing things that are wanted to be got out by another group of people, and it could be because what is being put out there, some of the stuff is not what they want to hear.
Well, there's that element, but you know what? The sad part is Americans don't really care. That really is not part of the question. There's no, other than, say, very conscientious Americans, and they are out there. I know that. I count many of our listeners amongst them, I'm sure, who care. But the reality is most Americans don't. I mean, they're told that we've killed 1 million people in Iraq. Give me a break. Throughout the frontier wars, Americans read in the newspapers every day of another Indian massacre. From the end of the American
You're right.
Yeah, all the way up until World War I.
Well, it saddens the hell out of me for whatever good it does. I mean, I actually feel the oppression that's going on in the world, and it's very hard for me to function if I focus on that, because there's not a lot I could do in a big picture. In a little picture, I could do what I can do like this, and as I talk to other people. But it is terribly a weight on my soul that these things are going on. Mm-hmm. By the way, just for the heck of it, I found the name of this plane that's supposedly up there now being some kind of robotic police plane, which would be a improvement on what you were talking about. It's the Boeing X-37.
Cool.
There are actually stories about it still being in air. It was a secret release, a secret launch, and an unclear plan. It supposedly landed, but then there's evidence that it's still flying, and so on.
Yeah, it's always like that. There's always these convoluted stories about cancellations of these black budget programs. These people have no oversight. They can do anything they want. If they didn't do something with your money, other than spend it on strippers and hookers and bars, I mean, to give you an example of the attitude of these people and what they think of you, basically when they were confronted with the Glenn Dennis, the Roswell mortician, who was talking about the coffins that they were ordering for the child-sized bodies at Roswell, basically the Japanese aeronauts. Then what happened was the United States Air Force came out on television and they said, oh, well, those baby caskets were basically used by the officers at Roswell to transport whiskey and other alcohol on airplanes. And it was a smuggling technique they learned to foil the enlisted men from pilfering the goods. Now, everybody knows at Area 51, why do we know about Area 51? Because everybody who works at Area 51 goes drinking at Rachel, Nevada. That's their watering hole, and they spill their guts out when they get pig-faced drunk. That's why all the Cubans and the Soviets and the Chinese all hang out for years at Rachel so they could find out everything that was going on at Area 51. Now, so you have legitimate bars where people can go to drink at these military bases. They even have bars on base for people off duty. So what are they telling you when they tell you they're smuggling alcohol? By the way, they put this into a History Channel documentary where the Air Force said this was their official explanation for those caskets. So what are they telling you? They are telling you that the only effing atomic bomber wing, theoretically, what they claimed in the world, their officers were drinking on duty. That's what they're telling you to your face. Because there's no other reason for them to be smuggling alcohol unless they're drinking on duty. Can you tell me any other conclusion you can reach on the basis of their explanation? There is none. That's what they're telling. That's what they think of you. That's what they think of the money you pay them. So, if they weren't doing something with the money aside from drinking and whoring and gambling and playing golf, I'd be sorely disappointed. At least they're doing something. But at any rate, in terms of the combat that the astronauts of the Odysseus program, what were known as reserve astronauts, we're seeing in space with cosmonauts, they were dealing with all kinds of problems. Basically, people in space need life support systems that not only provide air, food, and water, but regulate temperatures, humidity, pressures, light, noise, vibrations, and radiation. And such requirements would be difficult to satisfy for armed forces on extended deployments. Well, they had to learn to contend with this. Now, Wernher von Braun designed for the Americans the ultimate in rocket technology boosters that carried them to the moon. He designed rockets that were so powerful that once they were launched, just on the basis of their inertia alone, they could ultimately take men all the way out to Pluto. And it would take years, maybe decades, to go out that far towards the Kuiper Belt, but they could have done it had they put their mind to it. That's how powerful these rockets were. Now, where are all these rockets now? They're the most powerful rockets ever built. They're so huge. They're so incredibly large. There were no hangars that could fit them. So they don't exist anymore. Or rather, their rusted hulks and frames exist, rotting out in the wind and the elements and the rain because there's no place to store them. That's how big they are. That's what became of your program to go to the moon. They went up there 12 times for a propaganda and occult operation, never did anything again, established no bases, and ultimately that was the distraction from the combat that was going on in space. That's the kind of rocket, however, that took people to Krunia, not the dinosaur. The dinosaur was a combat vehicle, not a long-range transport vehicle. And that kind of rocket would carry a 1-month supply of oxygen, food, and drinking water just for a crew of 3. So we're talking about more than a ton stored at the expense of precious propellant and military payloads. So each crew member, in turn, also deposited an equal amount of waste products in the form of feces, urine, perspiration, internal gases, carbon dioxide, other exhalation vapors that could quickly turn toxic in sealed capsules unless quelled, expelled, and sterilized. That's the life support systems that basically had to be developed at that period of time. What we got now that currently dumps or stows organic waste on short missions, none of that did anything to alleviate long-term resupply problems. And therefore, we were able to reach a very limited area geographically in space. So that's what left us to the Earth-Moon system and Krunia and the liberation points. That has been humanity's battlefield for orbit in recent history. And so the risks to the human central nervous system for these astronauts were basically having to contend mostly with solar flares and other eruptions on the sun, as well as general ambient radiation in space.
So if I can interrupt you for 1 second, some things should pop into my head. Now with this information of this, and I want to get into more detail about the actual fighting in space, but now that I have this infrastructure of this weaponized space, and when I ask questions like, well, how come when the Japanese, the European Union, I want to say China, I think, and I think maybe Australia, they all sent these advanced surveyors to the moon. None of them has ever photographed where the U.S. has landed. Do you think that there might be a caveat as like, look, if you go up there and you announce things that we don't want you to, then your craft will never get back? Or, is there some kind of blackmail that will let you go there Otherwise, but if you do something we don't want, we'll destroy the craft.
There may very well be something like that. I doubt that would deter most nations in this day and age. The American empire is in decline. The American empire is dying. The reason everyone in the world speaks English while nobody back in the United States does, or less and less people do, is because it's like Latin. It's the language of a dead empire. Everybody agrees to speak it because the empire is no longer a threat. And so we're talking about a situation where, sure, there's been general agreements. After the Americans did what they did with Operation Argus, which decimated the Third Reich in space, on October 31st of 1958, the United States and the Soviet Union began a moratorium on the testing of nuclear weapons. And so definitely at that point they realized that the ultimate result of this was that they had made space impossible to colonize or fight in if they kept lobbing nukes at each other. So they weren't dealing with anti-gravitics or the advanced propulsion systems of the Third Reich in exile. They weren't dealing with atomic power or propulsion systems. So they're fighting each other with comparatively primitive World War II technology, and ultimately it came down to knives and wrenches. That's what it ultimately came down to out in space. So when we're talking about all of this, the other nations really have no interest in finding some stupid American flag. I don't mean that the American flag.
I mean, my reason why I'm saying I don't know all these, unless everybody is dirty. It's just that the USA was dirtier. It's like, why aren't they exposing things like this? Is it just because who cares? I mean, no one.
Yeah, that would be the attitude. It's like I said about the Japanese military historian who's contracted by the Americans, or the Japanese submarine commander who's asked to testify against an American commander. You know, I mean, does it matter to them the Americans destroying themselves? I mean, it's like this.
I guess I'm looking for a non-existent. The idea of like truth and justice and all that stuff. I mean, somewhere on this planet, somebody's got to care about someone else taking the pipe because someone else is a bully. I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm really naive and got my own. Delusions.
There will be a karmic justice in this. For instance, it's now generally recognized that the Vikings, the Norsemen, were here long before Columbus. So people will say, and of course it's becoming more and more recognized that the Japanese, the Chinese, and many other ethnicities were here long before the Vikings. So at this point in history, things are coming around that people discovered the New World long before there was a so-called European discovery or a Columbian discovery. So same with the Vikings were the first to really colonize Vinland, Northland, in Labrador, etc., Grönland, and all these areas. And yet, when they never were able to capitalize on it.
So but when you look at the Vikings, for example, just for coincidence, my ancestry is Norwegian. I mean, you read about the Vikings; they weren't exactly real pleasant people.
No.
and so it's like, how could someone? I'm proud of being Viking heritage. Really. You're proud that these guys were strong, pillaged, raped, all this stuff. I don't understand the heritage thing when you go back to it. Everyone was killing everybody all over the place. I mean, I feel like I'm in a dream world here where it's just like rape, pillage, and steal is what life is. And then there's these nutcases running around here and there who like to have freedom and justice and friendliness and
Well, certainly the Christ figures, the Gandhi figures, the Buddha figures stand out because they are such a minority. And the very term Viking means to rape, to pillage, to plunder, to kill. Yeah, it was an adjective. It was an adjective. Let's go Viking. Yeah, that was the very term for it. But this doesn't necessarily how would I say it? Not to condemn the Scandinavian races, but my point was beyond that. My point was that they were unable to capitalize on discovering and colonizing America first, and they were here. As a matter of fact, they were probably the cultural source for the Indian sweat lodges. The Indian sweat lodges are almost certainly inspired anthropologically by the cultural root source in Scandinavia, where they have sweat lodges. So we definitely are sweat homes, houses, etc., rooms, sauna. Anyhow. So my point is that
what did this do for them in the long run? Not really anything other than bragging rights. And the people who later exploited North America more fully or profitably were France and Spain and Britain. Now, the same with the moon. Yeah, the Americans landed on the moon, one of the first. No one's going to remember that. In the future, you're going to have Chinese, Japanese, German colonists up there. And somebody will bring up, hey, you know the Americans are here first? And they'll say, yeah, you're kidding. That's a myth. Just like people used to say about the Vikings. That's where the karmic justice will come in.
Yeah, well, it's karmic in one way, but to me, karmic is you pay for it, not just the truth coming out in one way is not just the,
They're paying for it now with my speaking. They're paying for it now with my talking about this. I mean, certainly the astronauts of the Odysseus program paid for it. They found out that the human central nervous system, blood, digestive, reproductive systems were particularly vulnerable to space radiation, which assaults reproductive cells. Delayed effects included leukemia, solid tumors, cataracts, and infertility. Certainly, normally that would in this day and age retard military recruitment and retention programs. But in those days, nobody was informed about what would happen to them. So basically, these days we'd have to have flight plans that would limit time in the Van Allen belts and hopefully forecast or warn of acute solar activity. But that in those days that would have reduced military flexibility, and the cosmonauts suffered the same kind of callousness on the part of their governments. But one of the things we found out, if it's worth it, was that the permissible exposure was on a sliding scale. Personnel under the age of 35 could tolerate higher levels and recuperate more quickly from radiation than older persons, but older people are better able to withstand moderate overloads for longer periods. So there's all this difference of who can take what in space. Now, when they're battling each other, how did they do it? Like I said, they couldn't maneuver in space like in Star Wars, where you've got these spatial dogfights replacing aerial dogfights. So what they had to do was basically calculate orbital altitudes and take on the Soviets that way. When a Soviet capsule was basically in orbit around the Earth, then the American dinosaur, more like a plane, would soar over it and just drop a whole cloud of ball bearings. And the Soviet capsule could not turn or stop and would run into the ball bearings, which at the rate it was going, it may as well have been running into a brick wall, like a freight train. And so it would shred the capsule, expose the cosmonaut within, rip the fabric, rip their guts out, and burn them alive in solar radiation through direct exposure while, exposing them to decompression. So that's what these men were doing out in space. That's the kind of combat that we're talking about.
It sounds like something. It sounds like the mentality of like Vlad the Impaler.
Well, it is the mentality of medieval combat. And what did we discover? We discovered that you can survive in the vacuum of space for a very short period of time. You don't explode. You can survive because we had astronauts and cosmonauts battling each other, and they couldn't use firearms because they don't work in space. They didn't have particle beams or lasers. And so what did they resort to? Knives and clubs, essentially their wrenches. And what did they find when their faceplates were shattered? You have to expel all the air from your lungs prior to decompression. Imperative, you don't hold your breath during decompression. Just as a scuba diver has to remember to exhale as they ascend from the depths of the ocean, you have to do the same prior to decompression, because the sudden drop of external pressure will cause any air remaining in your lungs to expand rapidly, resulting in the shredding of the soft tissue of those lungs. So it was also recommended all astronauts chew gum. All astronauts were gum chewers. And the reason for this was because of basically the air pressure in the ears. What's only a minor annoyance when flying in airplanes or driving in mountains becomes deadly. Blocked ears can pose a serious problem in space. So air pressure in the middle ear, it's got to be remembered, it's usually the same as your outer ear. the eustachian tube, which is a narrow channel connecting the middle ear with the throat, opens periodically in response to swallowing or yawning, allowing air to flow into or out of your middle ear, effectively equalizing the pressure. If that eustachian tube gets blocked due to a common cold, allergy attack, or sinus infection, explosive decompression can result in space, in a ruptured or perforated eardrums. So they chewed gum to help keep their eustachian tubes clear. And if that didn't work, they would try to clear them by gently exhaling while holding their nostrils closed and keeping their mouths shut until they were able to make it back into the space capsule or the dinosaur. And so definitely they had to prevent themselves from panicking. These were men who had incredible nerves of steel. And so like no other time in their lives, they had to remain focused on the task at hand. I read the debriefing after battle combat report of one American Odysseus program reserve astronaut who, because his cable had been cut to his dinosaur, had to use his chewing gum, removed it from his mouth, stuck it on the side of the dinosaur, and was able to hold himself to the side of the dinosaur while he used a wrench to open the hatch and get back inside, and then close it, and was able to re-equalize pressure and survive to get home. I mean, that's the kind of combat that we're talking about. Don't ever let go of the spacecraft. That's why they all had cables that they were cutting with knives on each other, because space is a zero-gravity environment. Once you drift out of reach of your spacecraft, there's no way you can get back. That's a hell of a way to die. You don't need to be decompressed or have your faceplate smashed in. You'll smash it yourself at that point, because you'll be drifting forever in space until you basically dehydrate. And, wildly flailing your arms won't move you an inch. The third law of thermodynamics states that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. But unless you have something to push against, ergo, either a piece of debris from the airlock or something of that nature, to set you in motion back towards the spacecraft, you'll continue drifting in space forever. And so that's the kind of this kind of environment that they were contending with. So basically, the whole idea was wrenches to hold on to the hull of the airlock hatch, even when it was closed. Basically, you can tap on the hull, tap out an SOS for people who are still inside, so that if there's some way they can let you in, you can perhaps rescue yourself with that. But these were literally dozens of debriefing reports that showed me what they were dealing with. I mean, certainly, when your bare skin is exposed to direct sunlight in space, you get severe sunburn without the protection of Earth's ozone layer to filter the harmful ultraviolet radiation out. The exposure to sunlight caused third-degree burns in less than 30 seconds. And the temperature in space otherwise is very cold. It's below 455 degrees Fahrenheit. It's minus 455 degrees, basically minus half a thousand degrees Fahrenheit out there. But you're not going to instantly freeze because heat doesn't transfer away from the body very quickly. So you've got enough to worry about in the 15 seconds of consciousness you have left after your faceplate is smashed, than turning into a human icicle. I mean, this is the kind of things they found out the hard way. And once they got back inside the aircraft, how long did it take them to recover? You know, short-term exposure to space resulted in temporary blindness, coughing, painful swelling. And so basically, you were out of commission for quite a while once you made it back in that craft drifting. And then you would reorient yourself and get back to Earth if that were still possible. So other than that, you've got about 60 seconds in space once your faceplate is smashed. Death is guaranteed in about 2 to 4 minutes, but you will remain conscious for about 10 to 15 seconds of useful consciousness. So you can still perform manual tasks with some degree of dexterity. I'm hoping I'm giving everybody a better picture of the amount of time that this combat was taking place in for many people. But you don't explode. Your skin and blood vessels are strong enough to prevent this from happening. So direct exposure to space for half a minute won't cause any permanent injury.
I know. You're saying you got about 15 seconds. I mean, talk about a disciplined, well-trained response to be able to go, I have 15 seconds to get back in this craft. That's amazing.
Yeah. Well, a lot of astronauts couldn't. And especially the cosmonauts took the highest fatality rates because the Americans were the predators, the hunters, and the cosmonauts were more like merchant ships in the time of the Battle of the Atlantic, trying to make it through to support various space stations like the military Soyuz. And but definitely another myth is that blood boils. It's true that body fluids, including blood, boil in a vacuum, but only in the sense that these fluids turn to vapor. And that was observed by the astronauts when they would stab cosmonauts, or when astronauts were stabbed by cosmonauts, is that blood would come out in crystalline form in mist around them. And but blood boiling is not an immediate problem for those faced with a vacuum of space. It's not going to vaporize within the period that you remain conscious.
Yeah, you're talking 15 to 20 to 30 seconds anyway. So I mean, you're coming up with a new thing, which is like, well, you don't actually explode right away, but you will die within 30 seconds.
Well, what's interesting is that astronauts were able to observe the fact that when their faceplates were smashed in, the saliva in their mouths began to boil first. Then the skin and the underlying tissues started swelling up to twice their normal size. But this was not life-threatening, and it reversed after recompression.
Mm-hmm.
So,
because I'm thinking of the movie Schwarzenegger movie he was on Mars, where his eyes bulged out, and all this stuff, all these fictional portrayals.
Right. Well, again, we're talking about the closest thing to space combat. Think about the scuba divers fighting each other underwater in Thunderball.
If I can go to Mars for a second, it seems like this battle is still taking on, it moved out of space into Mars. It just seems very interesting that the Russian scientists have landed probes on Venus, something the United States scientists have not been able to do. But for some reason, every Martian trip to Mars ends up with a catastrophe.
Well, let's look at it this way. Remember those two smaller planetoids, Phobos and Deimos, which they dignify with the name of moons when it comes to Mars, but won't do so for the Earth-Moon binary planet system when it comes to Krunya. Well, there is more than those two moons on Mars. Basically, in Martian orbit, there's at least one tiny but homicidal third moon out there somewhere. The last photo taken by one of those Russian Phobos probes before it lost contact with Earth in 1989, people can look this up, Phobos probe, it showed a telltale streak across the picture. This was not a camera glitch. This was a very tiny, fast-moving moon zeroing in on the spacecraft that ultimately just basically demolished it, disintegrated it on impact. Now, if there's one moon that does that, there must be more. There might be dozens, maybe hundreds, orbiting Mars. Now, can you imagine paying billions of dollars to send men to Mars to have them shredded by moons that you haven't charted? Now, take a look at all the battles from our own space program. What's left? They talk about space trash. They keep talking about space trash to the point where they have to calculate every launch of the shuttle, every launch of everything they put out into space now to avoid all the debris in space. Where the hell did all this debris come from? Our battles in space. The military refers to it as the detritosphere. D-E-T-R-I-T-R-O-S-P-H-E-R-E. Detritosphere. And the detritosphere was created by their smashing all these cosmonauts into space. There are bodies in the detritosphere. There are bodies that are orbiting planet Earth by the dozens, if not scores, of dead cosmonauts and some astronauts floating in the detritosphere. And any one of these tiny fragments of smashed spacecraft and spacesuits could crash into a shuttle or a satellite and rip it to shreds because of the impact and the speed, the inertia, everything else involved. So this is the kind of environment that America has created for future people to contend with. All this space garbage and debris. And it always just shocks me. It just astonishes me where nobody asks where this comes from.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of trash from all the trips up there to account for it.
Yeah, well, think of the launches that must be going on. Secret, covert military launches in the Soviet Union, now no longer with us, and the United States, soon no longer with us. And you have an example of where it all comes from, combined with the combat that they conducted against each other. And that's the environment our future generations will have to clean up. And okay, I think that pretty much wore me out. We talked from 8 a.m. to 12 noon, Western Pacific Daylight Time. And I think I'm spent for the day.
Well, it is been a long haul. Just, I guess, in summing up, the secret American space program actually was something more like a dirty James Bond novel, in that you're having these individuals fighting out with basically stone knives and bearskins up in the atmosphere, which is not to take away from the toughness of somebody having to do this type of thing and survive, but it was far from glamorous. And the secret space program is, once again, it falls in line with the history that you've been setting right, and it's history that's out there if people can look for it, that it's basically a pretty dirty thing.
Yeah, these men never saw their families. They sacrificed any semblance of domestic life. These reservists, their pay was unremarkable. The demands were ridiculous. The end result, though, was, as I said, they logged in more space hours. Basically, an example of one debriefing that I remember was 36 hours stationary orbit over Kazan, 21 hours. You know, this kind of thing would be notes I would take from these documents before I incinerated them. And think about what I'm saying, 40 hours. That's longer than Gordon Cooper was up in space, who the public knew about, one of the glamour boys. And what kind of world did this take place in? We're talking about the 1960s. What was the 1960s like? There were no photocopiers. There was no Scotch tape. There were no personal computers. There was no erasable ink. There were no cell phones. There was no satellite imaging. There was no videotape. There were no cassette tapes. There were no CDs, no computer graphics, no big screen televisions, no digital watches. And unless you were involved with NASA, there was no Velcro. Astronauts had Velcro. And if they could have, if it wouldn't have burned up in the atmosphere, they would have wrapped their spacecraft in Velcro and their space suits in Velcro so that they could stick to it rather than float away in space forever when it came to these combat missions. They actually would have fixed Velcro to their ass on their spacesuits, and Velcro on their seats in the ships, so in no gravity situations they wouldn't fly out of their seats or float out of them. Microwave ovens didn't exist. There was no GPS, global positioning systems. There were only about 4 or 5 channels on TV. No cordless phones, no portable radios. Most electrical appliances didn't exist. And most items, whose names include the word instant, just weren't even conceived of yet. There weren't even realistic cinematic special effects when our boy who had done, Stanley Kubrick, was employed by the U.S. government to help direct fake shots of landing on the moon, just so that the public would have a good visual to look at, as opposed to the real lunar imagery, which was very difficult to see. He basically used these matte sheet backgrounds of painted sky, spacescape, and they had this big wooden frame in the back that actually would show through because the pressure the wooden frame would create against the matte cloth that was overlaid on the wooden frame. And you can clearly see it for what it is. And Richard Hoagland will tell you, that's crystal structures on the moon. That's the giant crystal buildings. And so, you know, again, no realistic special effects for the day. Live reporting of major events anywhere in the world was quite rare. And, you know, there was no inexpensive Asian-made cars or flavored potato chips, vacuum-preserved dinners, except for astronauts and cosmonauts. And there was no aluminum cans. I mean, this is the world in which they were confronting each other in space, not with particle beam accelerators, not with firearms, but with knives and wrenches, killing each other like cavemen, severing each other's cables so that they could float away in space forever.
Not a very glamorous picture, but see, war is never glamorous. And one of the things I don't like is how people reminisce about the good old days of World War II. There's nothing good about them. And you've even made them more clear that if anybody does harbor some type of bizarre, I don't know what the word would be, reminisces about that of World War II and the camaraderie and whatnot, that it was people killing each other in the most uncivil, inane, unhumane way, which we then imported into space.
Yes. Yeah, and it's that is something I want people to remember, that I am the only person who has ever spoken to this. And compare and contrast. Compare what I'm saying to what other people tell you, and intuitively, innately, ask yourself who rings true in what they're saying. And
yeah, one I have to, what you're saying, I have to admit, fits the psychopathic profile. If you actually strip off all the emotion and look back at it, it fits the profile. It does not surprise me if I don't. Once you break your paradigm free from the programming, both either if you want to look at it as patriotic or if you want to look at it as in an ethnic sense, referring to an American, white America or whatever. If you want to look at it Christian America, or if you peel all that off and get down to the actual evidence, is barbaric, and actually the word satanic would fit better because of the anti-human aspects of it, which would fit the satanic profile. And it's pretty sad.
Indeed, but we can make it better. And
now that's a show I'd like to have with you. How we can make it better.
Well, one way to make it better is to confront it first.
Yeah, you're right. You have to know of it before you can change it or change course from it. That's true. And unfortunately, like you said, there aren't many people. There are nobody else that I'm aware of talking about this. So this is still brand new. And I'm still interested to see, I get your rise as far as people, more and more people hear this from you. I'm interested to see what happens to you along the way. And again, I've said it before, I said it on the air, I've talked to you privately. What hope you bring me is the incompetence and the degeneration of the system that has been doing this, so that hopefully they will disintegrate. And of course, look at Rome, look at other aspects. They have disintegrated under their own disgustingness over the years. So it's kind of like going out with a whimper rather than a bang, but they're leaving a lot of trash behind them.
Yeah. And maybe sometime in the future we can speak more to Unterland and the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. I would like to remind everyone that I did speak to that in the Deutsche, or German language, for an 8-hour Skype interview, much like this one, conducted with Nexus Magazine, United Germany. And that was taken by Thomas Kirschner, who turned it over to the transcribers. And, of course, in English, Nexus Magazine is published out of Australia. It was outlawed in the United States because its alternative health advertisements ran against the grain of FDA. And so the FDA shut Nexus Magazine for a while at least out of the United States, but it's one of the most widely read alternative information periodical in the world otherwise. And so I am truly internationally recognized at this point to many people reading of what I said. Throughout the British Commonwealth of Nations, such as the former dominions of Canada and Australia.
In fact, if I can interrupt here, I'm looking at the Nexus Magazine website. Right at the top, first thing, Douglas Dietrich on the Hidden Side of History, Part 2. Right at the top.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, they took 8 hours. They transcribed it into pages and pages of transcription, and finally had to narrow it down and edit it down to 8 pages an issue. It's a bi-monthly periodical every 2 months, so I'm literally, as a 3-part interview, in there for 6 months, half a year. So part 1 has already been out. Part 2 is currently out, but you can get part 1 as well as part 2 by checking out www.nexusmagazine.com. Nexus is spelled Nexus. Again, that's www.nexusmagazine.com. And you can even electronically subscribe and receive electronic downloads of the magazine, or physically get the magazine, etc., including the other issue, which has that interview. The 3rd issue hasn't even been edited and come out yet. The 3rd part of this interview, I will be working on that with Duncan Rhodes. He's the editor of Nexus Magazine. I will be working with his editor, with his professional adult supervision, Ruth Parnell, a wonderful lady in Australia who will help me make the 3rd issue possible quite soon. But, you know, imagine what was taken out. We had to take out an interview like this. Imagine narrowing that down to about 32 pages. I mean, that's the kind of challenge that we're facing. And my interview with United Germany was twice as long. So that's the kind of challenges we were facing. And people ask me all these questions. Oh, well, what about this? What about that? And I'm like thinking, well, you know, it's a pity we couldn't get the whole article, transcribed, all of it, verbatim. But that's life. And I want you to, the public, to check on that. Because
it's $1. You can download the issues. You don't have to have a subscription. You can download. I think it's $1.50 a piece for the digital issue. So great. You could, and it has written here. Hold on. It has your part 1 and part 2 available as a download for $1.50 for each one.
Excellent. Excellent. And keep in mind, I'm not making any profit out of that. This is just part of getting the truth out. I truly am not making any profit out of that. I would like to emphasize to people to please check out www.douglasdietrich.com and check out the DVD set, which we are selling, and that will help support me. Definitely, my mother died directly as a result of what I did that day when I gave the lecture Roswell and the Rising Sun. We did it on the run. We did it covertly. We didn't even have a movie screen to put the images on. But Mr. Jancik has seen it himself, and hopefully what images do show up on the screen, at least I think he'll agree with me on this, are still visible enough where you can certainly see what I'm referring to. We're discontinuing the DVD package as soon as all of these currently remaining DVD sets are gone. They will never be reissued again. Because the one DVD, Roswell and the Rising Sun, which led directly to my mother's death, will analog into printed text format, will probably be undergoing cinematic exposure at some point to counter military industrial propaganda films like Independence Day and the Battle of Los Angeles. And the other DVD in the set, Satan's Crusaders, I plan on delivering the same materials or materials pertinent to the subject of that DVD at the 2nd Super Soldier Summit, Super Soldier Summit number 2, which should be taking place in March of 2013. Very shortly, comparatively speaking, simply half a year after Super Soldier Summit number 1, the first ever event of its kind, as opposed to a full year after. So if you want to find anything else about these DVDs, just remember we're offering 2 of them for the price of 1 until depletion of supply. Check into my website, douglasdietrich.com, and also UFO Con 2012, I'll be speaking to Roswell and the Rising Sun, which all of this served as the background story for. This puts it all into context, what took place, the war crime, the atrocity at Roswell, and the satanic propaganda campaign instigated to cover it up. Literally satanic, as it was orchestrated by the officially recognized satanic chaplain of the U.S. Army, Colonel Michael Aquino, who I served as liaison for almost a decade. So I hope that puts everything into perspective. We started off about 10 or 15 minutes after 8 a.m., Pacific Daylight Time. We're closing down now at about 12 noon, 15 minutes after Pacific Daylight Time. So I think we pretty much got exactly 4 hours worth of recording time in, pretty much.
Yeah, and we went across the board answering questions earlier on a couple items from World War II and Battle of L.A., and it all seems to stem out of World War II. Whenever we talk about on these topics, it always goes back to that, because you have to set the record straight because it's corrupted.
Right.
Yes. Well, I want to thank you so much for mentioning that, because consider this. Ufological phenomena has been parallel and parcel to human history forever. As long as mankind's been around, there's been strange lights in the sky. The ufological phenomena has been a part of the human experience. So I want you to know it exists. There is and are ufological phenomenon. But what took place between World War II up until the 1970s, in decreasing increments with each decade, 45 to 55, 55 to 65, 65 to 75, we had an enormously different ufological experience. One that was mechanistic, one that left bodies, one that left wreckage. In Ely, Nevada, E-L-I, I believe, or E-L-Y, you can correct me on this, Nevada. That was a town where Ansel Adams used as his headquarters, from which he photographed all of the Rocky Mountains and made a name for nature photography. He helped pioneer it. In Ely, Nevada, there was a quote-unquote UFO crash of Japanese prisoners of war where 17 bodies were recovered. And you never hear of this, but if you look it up, you'll find out what I say is true. And that Hot L memo by Guy Hodel, Hotel, which is something that they started talking about after I started talking about Roswell. As soon as I started talking about Roswell, they started bringing that up. Well, books were publishing information on the Hot L memo back in the early 1990s. Before about 1994, there's a book called Book of UFOs, Complete Book of UFOs, from the Y Files. WHY, it was the name of the Y Files back in the old days, long before X Files and all that other crap. These guys were pioneering paranormal research, and they were talking about the Hot L memo in a published book back in 1990.
16 bodies were found.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. And one Guy Hodel, an officer with the FBI in Washington, D.C., gave this memo to J. Edgar Hoover. He's talking about a crash with so-called flying saucers or discs where bodies are recovered in March 22nd of 1950. Has nothing to do with Roswell. And everybody somehow uses this as proof of Roswell. I mean, it's sickening. I mean, well, tell me, are all of these aliens crashing in the Four Corners region because of the mushrooms or something? I mean, are they parking and popping some psilocybin with the local Hopi tribe and then getting up into space and really, not handling the controls right? I mean, what's the deal? Obviously, these are Asian prisoners of war that were never returned. All of the Asian prisoners of war that were interned in prison camps in the United States were interned in camps that were opened in 1945. Fort Tracy, Camp Cochran, Camp Bakersfield, Camp Lamont, all in California. And they were open until 1947, the year of the Roswell incident. And who was in there? Everybody remembers the prisoners of war from Europe, the Deutsche Afrika Korps, various other kinds of prisoners from Germany. There were 425,000 of them in the United States for half a decade. 53,000 Italians. Nobody remembers there were 5,000 Japanese, 5,000 Koreans, and 5,000 Taiwanese who never went back home. And that is part of your ugly history that they are covering up by saying they're aliens. When you see those pilots in Independence Day, when you see those helicopter pilots in the Battle of Los Angeles, that's not CGI. Those are real military personnel flying those aircraft. The military's not going to back your movie up with that kind of firepower unless you're saying something they want you to say. And what are they saying? They're saying it's all aliens. As opposed to pickled Asian bodies that they've got in labs down at Area 51.
You know, since I've talked to you about this, and we'll close with this, yeah. I got from a gift from my sister a doll, a dummy, I don't know how to say it, of the Roswell aliens hanging up in a thing, which was kind of novel. You know, put it out for Halloween and stuff. But after having the shows with you, as I look at that, I can clearly see the caricaturized, Asian features, and it becomes not too cool anymore.
Yeah, it becomes rather morbid, and that's what Sergeant Melvin Brown, who was at the Roswell site, was told not to look under the tarp, and he looked, And Melvin E. Brown later told his family, when men were walking on the moon on television, as a matter of fact, in 1969, he turned around and he said to his family, in that July of 1969, he said, I was there at Roswell and we were dealing with enemy aliens. And he described the body. He said, they were yellow and they were burnt orange and they turned gray with rigor mortis. And his family turned around and said, aliens! Look at what he's saying! And they automatically interpreted that as extraterrestrial. Et cetera, et cetera. We've been over this before.
Yeah, right. It's the paradigm. It's your worldview. When someone says that, hey, that's cool, does that mean it's cool, cold, or does it mean it's pleasing to the eye or to the concept? You need to have the context, and his context was back in the terminology of the day, and their listening context was in the post Roswell alien context now.
Yes, they were victims of a totalitarian state which had indoctrinated them with propaganda of dehumanization. And that is the environment we're still contending with. This is for Asians what African Americans were contending with for ages. And so the African Americans have, in my opinion, succeeded to a great extent in making themselves accepted and in helping to eliminate stereotypes and caricatures which were offensive. Now it's the time for Asians to do so. And in that sense, Americans are truly in denial because they've been through this once before with the civil rights movement, and they can't stand to go through it again. Well, that's tough because the Asian immigration wave has since superseded the Hispanic immigration wave in the United States. There are now more Asians coming into the United States than there are Hispanics or Latin Americans. So you're going to have to adapt. So that's reality, and that's life. It's time to grow up. And part of growing up and maturing is getting rid of all these fairy tales that a gruesome group of literally satanic war criminals has fed into your mind. And so I definitely think that's a good note, if not a bitter one, to leave off with. But I certainly want to give you the last thought so that we can say goodbye to the audience, and you can,
my last thought is that I made a decision years ago to seek truth, and one of the things that I've learned along the way that when you find truth, while it does set you free, that there's a moment when you see it, it's naked, you know it's true, it's against what you thought it was true, and you have that moment. And what are you going to do in that moment? Are you going to accept this possibility and look at it, investigate it, or are you going to throw it off quickly because it's too painful? And that is that moment that we're all going to be in our lives, personally, as a race, as a country, and as a world. And what you are doing is greatly appreciated, even though it might not be pleasant for many. If you're going to throw off the oppression that's on us, you have to know it's there to begin with. And what you're doing is a commendable work, relatively thankless. I know you're not some kind of a spoiled rich kid trying to make a name for yourself. You're struggling. And you could have easily assimilated with your intelligence and the knowledge. You could have assimilated into the UFO community and started to charm an audience and pull some of these shots. But you chose to go for the truth. And for that, I and all of us, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Feet to Fire is a production of IPS Media Works on the OnSync Radio network of stations.